Chapter 592. She had no choice but to search for Hu Xiaoheng's contact information from within the country. She only thought that since her parents back home had entrusted Hu Xiaoheng to rescue her, they should have a way to contact him, right? However, she was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to explain it to her parents. Hu Xiaoheng had entrusted such an important task to her, and she didn't want to mess it up. Tan Guiren had dark circles under her eyes after thinking for an entire night without sleeping. In the end, he couldn't help but call his parents in China. "Mom, it's me." It had been almost 2 months since Tan Guiren had been rescued, but she didn't want to return to the country. Although her parents were anxious, they didn't force her. They just sent more people to protect her. Since she was now registered in the U.S. Police Department, they increased the patrols on the street where she lived, and the security was much better than before. Tan Guiren's mother, Kai Song-yin, was nervous when she heard her daughter's call. "Guiren, are you okay? Listen to Mom and quickly come back. Don't let Mom and Dad worry." "Mom, I'm fine." Tan Guiren comforted Kai Song-yin softly for a long time before saying, "Mom, do you have a way to contact Major General Hua?" "Major General Hua?" Kai Song-yin froze for a moment before remembering that it was the Major General they had entrusted. She quickly said, "What's wrong? You want to find him?" "Yeah, I need to talk to him about something, but I can't get in touch with him." Tan Guiren hesitated and said, "Can you help me ask his relatives, friends, colleagues, or superiors in the country to see if they have any way to contact him?" The number of people in the Hua Xia Empire who knew what had happened to Hu Xiaoheng could be counted on one hand. Even Tan Guiren thought that he was fine and was only carrying out official duties. "Ah. Is that so? Is it urgent?" Kai Song-yin was very worried that something would happen to her daughter again. "Why don't you come back? Mommy is worried day and night. Your grandparents miss you very much too." "Mom, let me rest for a few more days." Tan Guiren said tactfully, "It's much safer here now. The country is a mess, and I don't want to be chased by the media." In fact, even if she was hiding in the United States, the pervasive domestic media still took every opportunity to call her to interview her, trying to get first-hand information. It wasn't until the Huaxia Empire was strictly prohibited from reporting any news related to Tan Guiren that she felt much more relaxed. But as soon as she returned, the ban would probably be lifted. "Don't worry, your father is busy with the election. There are a lot of security guards at home, so the media won't come after us." Kai Song-yin tried to persuade Tan Guiren for a long time, but Tan Guiren only relented and said she would consider it. She didn't reject her completely like before. "Mom, please help me find Major General Hua's contact information." Tan Guiren switched her hand to hold the phone. "How did you find Major General Hua to save me back then? Can't you find that person again?" "Mom, Hua Hudo Hua." He was her. "Hu," she said. "You see, he's not wrong. It's so dangerous, and only he can save you." "Hush. Yang, hut. Hush. Hush from to Hudo she from her from. Dong, what to Hua Chen dongs you." Kai Song-yin saw her daughter repeatedly asking for Hu Xiaoheng's contact information, and her heart skipped a beat. She smiled and nodded. "Sure, no problem. My friend doesn't know how to contact Major General Hua. He only knows that he's very capable." "Hudo," Kai Song-yin nodded. "She doesn't know how to contact him." Putting down the phone, Kai Song-yin thought about it for a while before calling General Ji. General Ji's secretary picked up. Knowing it was Tan Dongbang's wife, she asked if General Ji would take the call. General Ji had just finished a meeting and was looking at the documents. "Put it through." The secretary transferred Kai Song-yin's call. "General Ji. Sorry to bother you. I wanted to ask if you know how to contact General Hua." Kai Song-yin asked politely. My daughter is looking for him. General G was speechless for a long time after hearing this. What was wrong with this mother and daughter? How arrogant. General G. Are you there? Kai Song-in waited for a long time but didn't hear anything from General G. She thought something was wrong with the phone and slapped the receiver. General G nodded and said coldly, "Sorry, Xiaoheng isn't here. Let's wait for him to come back. But my daughter is looking for him for something urgent. You know she's alone overseas. What if something happens to her?" Before Kai Song-in could finish, General G raised his voice. "Is it our fault that your daughter is alone overseas? Why didn't you bring her back?" Kai Song-in blushed. "My daughter will be back soon, but she really needs help now. She needs to find General Hua." General G didn't want to deal with her anymore. "Go to the embassy if there's a problem. Xiaoheng has a mission and can't be here anytime." He hung up. Kai Song-in stared at the phone in her hand. She couldn't believe her ears. General G was being so rude. She was so angry that she went to find her husband, Tan Dongbang. She complained about General G and told him about Tan Gairen's request. She whispered, "Our daughter has always been arrogant. She doesn't like anyone, but it seems different this time. She's interested." Thankfully, Tan Dongbang knew what was going on. He said angrily, "Don't mess around. How can you speak to General G like that at a time like this? General Hua's status is special. You still want his contact information. Are you trying to ruin my career?" Kai Song-in blushed. She was unwilling to accept it. "What did I do? I just wanted to ask for his contact information. If you can't, then you can't. Why do you have to make it sound so bad?" "It's not that I'm making it sound bad. You're making it sound bad." Tan Dongbang shook his head. "Think carefully about your tone to General G. Wasn't it very disrespectful? To be honest, I haven't even become Prime Minister yet, and you dare to talk to General G like that? If he's really chosen, won't you be in heaven?" Kai Song-in recalled her attitude just now. It did seem like it was reasonable. She felt guilty and murmured, "I'm also doing it for our daughter. We're the ones who let her down when she suffered like this. Now that she's interested in General Hua, shouldn't we help her as her parents? I remember that General Hua isn't married or has a girlfriend, right?" Tan Dongbang frowned. "How is she interested in General Hua? They've only known each other for a few days and haven't been together every day. Aren't you overthinking things? I'm her mother. I know what she's thinking the moment she says it. How could I overthink things?" Kai Song-in was also desperate. Forget it, forget it. I'll tell my daughter that I can't find General Hua's contact information for now. I'll ask her to tell me what's going on and see if we can help her." It was the second night, just a reminder. Recommendation votes and monthly votes. If you have monthly votes, vote for them. Moi, everyone. Chapter 593. That's more like it. Tan Dongbang nodded and said in annoyance, "Don't give me any more trouble. My poll numbers have dropped a lot recently. Bai Jianqing is quite capable." He quietly used the news of that female exchange student's parents leaving for Germany for a lawsuit to gain popularity on social media. "He's already surpassed me." I know. Don't be too anxious. Who doesn't know what Bai Jianqing is trying to do by leeching off someone else's popularity? He's treating people like idiots. Kai Song-in pouted in disdain. Where's our social media manager? Why isn't he starting things up? Starting things up? Do you think they didn't try? But they were rebuked, Tan Dongbang said unhappily. That post made sense. Indeed, whether Bai Jianqing is trying to leech off the popularity or has selfish motives, he did help that family. Also, that family isn't related to him, so it makes him seem even more noble. Pfft. Noble character and unquestionable integrity. This year's netizens can't do it. They're so easily fooled. Kai Song-in slapped the table. We have to think of a way to turn the situation around. We can't let the Bai family continue to be so smug. What else can we do? Someone has ordered us not to continue hyping up our daughter's case. We can't keep up with the popularity. Tan Dongbang was also at his wit's end. That's easy. Kai Song-in was a professor at Media University. Plus, the Kai family was a scholarly family with a lot of influence in the arts world. Several of her cousins had opened film and media companies. Tan Dongbang's sudden rise in popularity on social media was also the result of their secret operations. How can it be easy? There's only 2 months until the vote. Can we still make it? Tan Dongbang was deeply worried. They'll definitely continue to hype up that Germany case. I heard that the Bais paid for the best lawyer from the biggest law firm in America to help that family with the civil case. Foreign cases always drag on for a long time. Now that he's here, who will remember me? Don't worry. Kai Song-in quickly patted Tan Dongbang's back to calm him down. Didn't I say not to worry about the media? Let me handle it. You really have a way. Tan Dongbang glanced at Kai Song-in. You can't go overboard and have the opposite effect. Tell me, what do you want to do? Fine, I can tell you. That's what I plan to do. Kai Song-in turned on the computer and found an inconspicuous message for Tan Dongbang to see. Do you still remember Bai Yuxing? I remember, how could I forget? This traitor. Traitors. Tan Dongbang angrily slammed the table. How much damage has our nation suffered? Yeah, don't forget, he's Bai Jinqing's younger brother. Kai Song-in clicked open a web page with a smile. Look, as long as this news gets trending online again, would Bai Jinqing still have the face to be a candidate for prime minister? Tan Dongbang instantly understood. That works too. But our country doesn't have a law of association, so Bai Jinqing's brother's crime has nothing to do with him. The organization has already checked. If there was a connection, how could Bai Jinqing replace Dou Yongxing as the acting prime minister? Yes, it doesn't matter in the law, but the election is not about the law. The election depends on the will of the people. Kai Song-in was very confident when she talked about her field of expertise. The rise of modern social media has the power to influence the political situation. As long as this news gets out and the internet water army is sent to all the major web portals and major forums to spread the news, normal people won't even think of this. They will only think that Bai Jinqing's younger brother, Bai Yuxing, committed treason, so Bai Jinqing should retire from politics to avoid suspicion. Tan Dongbang froze, then smiled wryly. Bai Jinqing retire from politics. You're overthinking it. That's absolutely impossible. Let me tell you, do you know how powerful the entire Bai family is? The Bai family's in-laws and old acquaintances were all over the upper echelons of the Xia Empire. Even Kai Song-in's maiden family, the Kai family, was indirectly related to the Bai family by marriage. Of course Kai Song-in knew everything. She stood behind Tan Dongbang and massaged his stiff back. Smiling, she said, I don't need you to tell me. But you have to know that to create public opinion online, you have to ask for a sky-high price and then wait for the other party to pay you back. Otherwise, you won't achieve the desired effect. How so? Well, let's put it this way. For example, if you want to sell something for $1,000, then you can't ask for $1,000 because the other party will definitely bargain. So in order to sell it for $1,000, you can ask for $2,000. If the other party only asks for $500, then you can sell it for $1,500. If the other party asks for half, then $1,000 is the price you have in mind. Using the media to create public opinion is the same thing. Tan Dongbang understood what Kai Song-yin was saying. He frowned and thought about it for a long time before saying, "It's better to be careful. Don't make the netizens hate you, or you'll lose more than you gain." "I know. I'll tell them to be careful." Kai Song-yin stopped. "Do you feel better?" "Much better. Thank you, madam." Tan Dongbang smiled as he squeezed her hand and watched her leave. In the next few days, before the planned news about Bai Yuxing went online, the Huaxia Empire's social media was suddenly flooded by He Zhichu, a professor specially hired by B University's Faculty of Law. It turned out that he was also a partner of the largest law firm in the United States and the most expensive lawyer in the country. This time, he was helping the average female exchange student's family with the lawsuit. Although the Bais were paying, he said that the final lawyer fees would be deducted from the subject matter after the lawsuit was won. This meant that if the lawsuit wasn't won, the Bais wouldn't have to pay a single cent. After the lawsuit was won, the Bais wouldn't have to pay out of their own pocket because the lawyer fees would be paid from the subject matter of the lawsuit, which meant the other party's compensation. When this news spread, coupled with He Zhichu's cool, cold, and elite profile, it sent the entire social media world, which valued looks, into a frenzy. Such a good lawyer, such an impressive resume, and so handsome. How could people live? Almost instantly, He Zhichu's fan club announced its establishment on Weibo, and Gu Nianji miraculously became invisible in the wave. Aside from the people close to her, almost no one knew that she was the main assistant accompanying He Zhichu to Germany for the lawsuit. Similarly, He Zhichu suddenly became an internet celebrity, which made the Bais seem too calculative. The media companies related to Kai Song-yin immediately followed up with the report. Other than liking He Zhichu, they also began to set the pace for Bai Jianqing. They insinuated that he didn't need to spend a single cent, yet he had to wear the label of a sponsor, and was willing to eat human blood for the sake of the election. Bai Jianqing was extremely embarrassed when he saw the report and quickly ordered someone to contact the American law firm to say that the lawyer fees would be calculated separately. Whether or not they won the lawsuit, they wouldn't be missing a cent. The American law firm didn't dare to act on their own and immediately forwarded the Bai's news to He Zhichu, who was preparing to go to Germany. As his assistant and teaching assistant, Gu Nianji spent most of the past 2 days at He Zhichu's home helping to pack the professional books and reference materials. Gu Nianji had been a bit cold for the past few days, so she took flu medicine at night and came over. Not long after packing, her head felt incredibly heavy, so she went to the sofa to rest for a while. She didn't expect to fall asleep on the sofa after resting for a while. He Zhichu didn't wake her up. Instead, he got a thin blanket to cover her body. At that moment, the American law firm happened to send an email. He saw it and immediately called back to ask, "Mary, what's up?" "Lawyer He, it's so great that you called back. We don't know what to do either. The Bais have to charge the lawyer fees separately." Mary, the secretary of the American law firm, was having a mental breakdown. She had never seen anyone so desperate to pay. Why would they be angry if they didn't give it up? He Zhichu quietly listened to the entire story and took out his phone to browse Weibo. He immediately understood why the Bais were doing this. He sat sideways on the sofa, and Gu Nianji slept not far from him. He could reach out and touch her head. The living room windows were open, and the cool night breeze blew in through the floor-to-ceiling screen. He Zhichu tucked Gu Nianji in with the blanket again before speaking quietly on the phone. "They want to pay. Can they afford it? Even if they can, aren't they afraid of people suspecting that they got their money illegally?" He Zhichu's lawyer fees were exorbitant. In the past, corporate law cases only took 10 minutes to complete, and the fee was $50,000 per minute. 10 minutes was only $500,000, which was still within the budget of large public companies. However, civil cases that came with criminal cases could take up to an hour. Calculating all of the Bai's assets, it was probably enough for He Ji-chu to win the entire case. Of course, the Bais wouldn't go bankrupt for someone else's case. Mary understood He Ji-chu's meaning and asked, then what does lawyer he plan to do? The other party said they can't do it without paying a single cent. You know they have an election, so it's not good for them to be accused of riding on their popularity. The law firm was also very picky. Bai Jianqing was one of the candidates for the Hua Xia Empire's prime minister, and was very likely to be the future prime minister. Based on the principle of good business with him, the American law firm wouldn't make things difficult for him. He Ji-chu thought about it and said, then I'll give them a friendship price. Just ask for the highest fee from my lawyers. He Ji-chu's lawyer fees were exorbitant, but his lawyers weren't. The highest fee was only $1,000 an hour. The Bais could definitely afford this price. Also, we'll definitely want a percentage of the subject matter. He Ji-chu didn't do business at a loss. Since he was a lawyer, he had to be more considerate than others. Of course. I'll give them a quote. Thank you for your consideration, lawyer He. The secretary hung up happily and went to prepare a new contract for the Bais. He Ji-chu hung up and looked out the window at the night sky. He suddenly missed the taste of black draft beer. This is the first update. Please click on the monthly vote to see if you can vote. There are also recommendation votes. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 594. He Ji-chu wanted nothing more than to hold a large draft beer and go boating with Gu Nianji on the Isar River in Munich. The case had taken place in the Roslau region of Germany, but due to the involvement of high-ranking Roslau police officers, the case was later handled by the Munich Police Department and the court was moved to the Munich District Court. He Ji-chu was taking Gu Nianji and 4 other American legal assistants to Munich, Germany. When Gu Nianji woke up, she realized she was still on the sofa but covered with a thin blanket. He Ji-chu was sitting next to her and had fallen asleep with his head propped up on his hand. She looked up from the sofa and blankly stared at He Ji-chu. He Ji-chu looked very charming as he slept. There was no trace of his usual aloof expression on his handsome face. His shimmering, almond-shaped eyes were closed tightly, and his brows were relaxed. He was clear and handsome, like a gentle boy next door, unlike the temperamental Professor He. Gu Nianji made a face and quietly got up from the sofa. But the moment she moved, the sofa sunk in. He Ji-chu seemed to be a light sleeper and was immediately startled awake. His long eyelashes fluttered, and he opened his eyes. He instinctively looked at Gu Nianji, who was standing next to him, and happened to meet her large eyes. He Ji-chu's breath caught in his throat. Those were a pair of sparkling, black eyes, they could see straight into his heart. Gu Nianji froze and instinctively looked away. He Ji-chu finally lowered his eyes, his long eyelashes covering all his thoughts. Gu Nianji stood up from the sofa and rubbed her eyes. She asked in confusion, how did I fall asleep? Professor He, you didn't even tell me. She rubbed her waist and gritted her teeth. Sleeping on the sofa is too tiring. My back hurts. He Ji-chu opened his shimmering, sultry eyes and said coldly, you were lying down, but I sat all night. I'm the one who's hurting. Gu Nianji was speechless. This conversation sounded so strange, but seeing He Ji-chu's darkening expression, Gu Nianji immediately smiled obsequiously and said to him, Professor He, do you want me to massage your back? Or I can call and find you a professional level 8 massage therapist. You know how to massage backs? He Ji-chu snorted disdainfully. I'm guessing that if you hit me twice, it means that you hurt your hand and you're going to sue me for work-related injury, right? Of course not. Gu Nianji giggled and shook her head. Professor He thinks too lowly of me. How could I? Gu Nianji had never massaged anyone's back before. Well, except for Hua Xiao, who was one of them. He Ji-chu also knew that she was just coaxing him, but even so, he was happy. Alright, you can go back. You don't have to come today. Take a hot bath first before resting. You have a cold, and if it doesn't get better, I won't be taking you to Germany. He Ji-chu looked at the Vacheron Constantine watch on his wrist. We still have 3 days. Ah. Yes, Professor. Gu Nianji quickly picked up her laptop. Then I'll go back now. She dashed out of He Ji-chu's suite and returned to her dorm. Ma Chi-chi interned at the law firm during the day, so Ma Chi-chi didn't know that Gu Nianji didn't come back last night because she came back late and left for work early in the morning. Gu Nianji opened the door to the dorm in a daze early in the morning and almost floated to the bathroom to take a hot shower. Then she fell into bed and slept like a log. When Ma Chi-chi came back from work that night, she remembered that she hadn't seen Gu Nianji in 2 days. She knocked on her door to wake her up. Gu Nianji's eyes were swollen from sleeping, so she groggily opened the door. Chi-chi. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? You look like you're sick. Ma Chi-chi reached out to touch Gu Nianji's forehead. Gu Nianji had slept the whole day and had indeed had a high fever, but it had gone down on its own. Now she was covered in sweat and felt very uncomfortable, but her head didn't hurt anymore. Gu Nianji rubbed her eyes. I had a cold yesterday, but I'm much better today. I'm just tired. This is the after effect of a high fever. Hurry and go rest, Ma Chi-chi said as she walked Gu Nianji back to her room. What do you want to eat? I'll go buy it for you. Gu Nianji yawned. I want to eat porridge. Okay, I'll go buy century egg and lean meat porridge. I want to eat it too. Ma Chi-chi made a face and moved closer to Gu Nianji to ask mysteriously, Nianji, Professor, he is going to Germany for a lawsuit. Can you help me get an autograph? Gu Nianji knew that Ma Chi-chi was the most concerned about this case. She thought about it and whispered to her, Chi-chi, I want to tell you something. What? I will go to Germany with Professor He and help that female exchange student's parents with the civil lawsuit. Gu Nianji smiled as she watched Ma Chi-chi's expression change from disbelief to ecstasy. Ma Chi-chi almost turned into a howling cult leader in an instant. She hugged Gu Nianji's shoulders and shook her vigorously. She shouted, Nianji! Nianji! Is this true? You're really going to Germany to help them with the lawsuit? It's absolutely true. The visa is already done. Gu Nianji hesitated but still reminded Ma Chi-chi, don't tell anyone, and don't put it online. Ma Chi-chi stuck out her tongue. If Gu Nianji hadn't specifically reminded her, she really would have bragged about it online. But since Gu Nianji had already brought it up, she definitely wouldn't tell anyone. As friends, the most important thing was to respect each other's privacy. Okay, I won't tell anyone. When is your flight? I'll see you off. Ma Chi-chi made up her mind to personally see Gu Nianji off to show her support, even if she had to take a day off. Gu Nianji raised her hand to smooth her long hair that was messy from sleep and yawned. I'm leaving the day after tomorrow. Okay, I'll see you off then. Ma Chi-chi stood up. I'll go buy you porridge. Rest well. Gu Nianji nodded and watched Ma Chi-chi leave their dorm room. But she couldn't rest, either. Ma Chi-chi's reaction just now reminded her that she should tell In Shixiang and Zhao Liangze. Gu Nianji originally didn't want to tell them because she was worried they would stop her from going to Germany and that she would cause trouble for Wu Xiao, but after thinking about it, she decided to be honest. If they objected, she would have no choice but to use He Ji-chu. Picking up her phone to call In Shixiang, Gu Nianji greeted him and said, Brother Xiong, I'm going to Germany with Professor He the day after tomorrow. Germany? What's up? In Shixiang was busy working and asked casually. Brother Xiong, do you know about the case of the Hua Xia female exchange student who was murdered in Germany? Professor He was the lawyer hired by Minister Bai, and I'm his assistant. I'm going to Germany with him for the lawsuit. Gu Nianji said it casually because she didn't want In Shixiang to pay too much attention to it. This was the second night, just a reminder, recommendation votes and monthly votes. If you have monthly votes, vote for me. Moi, everyone. Chapter 595. In Shixiang was relieved to hear that Gu Nianji was going to Germany with He Zhichu for the lawsuit. Ever since their experience in Barbados, In Shixiang and Zhao Liang's impression of He Zhichu had greatly changed. They both believed that He Zhichu would never harm Gu Nianji. He smiled and said, "Sure, learn a thing or two from Professor He. Our Nianji will be a famous lawyer in the future." After saying that, he reminded her, "There are many fun places in Germany. After you get there, go there more when you have time. Take it as a free trip." She hadn't expected In Shixiang to agree so easily and even encourage her to take the opportunity to go out and have fun. Could it be said that In Shixiang was intentionally giving her a chance to be with Hu Shao? Gu Nianji couldn't help feeling even more excited. She opened her mouth to say that Hu Shaoheng had sent her a scarf, but the moment she said, "Hu Shao," In Shixiang immediately interrupted her. "Nianji, you know we have rules." Hu Shaoheng's current whereabouts were top secret. In Shixiang didn't want anyone to find out the truth, not even Gu Nianji. Right now, Hu Shaoheng was in a very delicate and dangerous situation. Even In Shixiang and the others who knew the inside story didn't know who had betrayed Hu Shaoheng. This person was clearly beside them, and his status should not be ordinary. Gu Nianji saw that In Shixiang didn't respond to her at all and knew that she couldn't let anyone else know about this, so she tacitly agreed. After talking to In Shixiang, she called Zhao Liangze and told him the same thing. Zhao Liangze and In Shixiang had the same reaction. They both told her to learn from He Zhichu and to travel when she had time. Actually, In Shixiang and Zhao Liangze were using common sense. They didn't expect Gu Nianji to think everything was what she thought because of her preconceived notions. They couldn't help but look forward to her trip to Germany even more. When she boarded the plane on the third day, not only did Ma Qiqi come to see her off, but In Shixiang and Zhao Liangze also came. "Professor He, please take care of Nianji." In Shixiang shook hands with He Zhichu very politely. "She's young and immature. Please forgive her if she's offended you in any way." "Yes, Nianji is very sensible. You don't have to worry." In addition to Gu Nianji, He Zhichu also had 4 American legal assistants. Those 4 people would be departing from the United States. He Zhichu and Gu Nianji set off from the Huaxia Empire to meet up in Germany. The two of them waved goodbye to In Shixiang, Zhao Liangze, and Ma Qiqi at the security checkpoint before turning to enter. In Shixiang saw that Gu Nianji and He Zhichu were out of sight and finally asked, "Qiqi, do you need us to take you back?" Ma Qiqi had hailed a taxi, so when she heard that, she quickly said, "Okay, then I'll have to trouble Mr. Yin." Zhao Liangze snickered and said, "Just call him Big Xiong. Yin is the first to grow, so Mr. Yin is short. It's so unpleasant." Ma Qiqi blushed at Zhao Liangze's words, but before she could react, In Shixiang had already smacked Zhao Liangze and said to Ma Qiqi, "Don't listen to his nonsense. You're Nianji's classmate, so just call me Brother Xiong like she did." "Bah! Who wants to call you Brother Xiong?" Zhao Liangze was indignant. "Qiqi, call him Big Xiong." Ma Qiqi pursed her lips into a smile and called out obediently, "Brother Xiong." "Ha! Qiqi is so obedient. Let's go, Brother Xiong will take you back to school." In Shixiang happily patted Ma Qiqi's shoulder and took her to the parking lot. Gu Nianji followed He Zhichu on a long flight to Munich, Germany. The American law firm had already booked 4 suites for them at the Hilton Hotel in Munich. He Zhichu, Gu Nianji, and the other 4 assistants each had a suite of 2. Gu Nianji's room was next to He Zhichu's. Of course, it wasn't as big or luxurious as Hijichu's, but as a standard room in a 5-star hotel, it was pretty good. Also, she was the only one staying there. After arriving, they only rested for half a day before the sky brightened and they had to go to court. Gu Nianji hurriedly went to the bathroom to take a shower and changed into the Armani narrow-sleeved suit Hijichu had prepared for her. The tiny trousers made her legs look as straight as a supermodel's. Her long hair was tied into a bun at the back of her head, revealing her smooth, jade-like forehead. It made her large and dark eyes look like two sparkling black grapes that exuded a seductive sweetness that made one's imagination run wild. She carried her briefcase with her laptop out of the room and saw Hijichu already waiting at the door. He was also wearing an Armani suit, so they looked like a couple's outfit. Gu Nianji was speechless. Hijichu seemed to understand what she was thinking and said calmly, "This is the uniform brand designated by the firm. You are also an employee here, so I had the secretary order 2 sets for you. 1 pantsuit and 1 dress suit." Gu Nianji composed herself and nodded. "Thank you, Professor He." She looked at the other 4 legal assistants, who were also wearing Armani suits, and finally understood. Gu Nianji followed Hijichu to the elevator and said with a smile, "No wonder everyone wants to go to a big law firm. Look at the uniforms, they are all world-renowned brands. I have to work hard to become an official just for this." Hijichu didn't say anything, but the corners of his lips curled up. However, he had already returned to normal when Gu Nianji looked at him. He said calmly, "Eat more later. The first day in court will be very stressful. Be careful not to get hungry." "Okay, don't worry, Professor He. I'll definitely eat my fill." In the end, Gu Nianji ate too much. The breakfast buffet here was too delicious. There were round and fat Bavarian white sausages with chopped veal mixed with a bit of smoked pork, and seasoned with spring onions, ginger, lemon, parsley, onion, nutmeg, and cardamom. They were boiled in water in the morning and dipped in a little mustard sauce to eat. Gu Nianji really liked the smooth texture of the Bavarian white sausages and ate 3 in one go. She only stopped when Hijichu couldn't stand it anymore and forbade her from eating anymore. She watched reluctantly as the last Bavarian white sausage entered Hijichu's stomach. Gu Nianji thought to herself that if Hu Xiaoheng were here, he wouldn't stop her from eating, but he would make her run a 10-kilometer cross-country run to aid digestion after she had her fill. Gu Nianji was a bit lost in thought. She swirled the hazelnut coffee in her hand but didn't drink it. "You don't like hazelnut coffee?" Hijichu raised a brow. "Do you want a cappuccino instead?" "No need." Gu Nianji snapped back to reality and quickly took a few sips. She praised, "This coffee is quite special. You can actually taste the hazelnut flavor. This is hand-ground hazelnut coffee. Do you think it's instant coffee with artificial food additives?" Hijichu rolled his eyes at her. "Ask if you don't know anything. Don't embarrass me." "Yes, yes, yes, Sir He, you're always right." Gu Nianji responded to Hijichu's every word. Hijichu couldn't help but laugh when he saw it. He reached out to pat her head. "Naughty." Gu Nianji was speechless. "Professor He, I'm your assistant. If you don't respect me like this, it'll be hard for me to convince the public." Gu Nianji spread her hands. She wanted to go to court and fight against the German police officials who practiced favoritism. She didn't want others to treat her like a child. "Got it, Lawyer Gu. Is this okay?" Hijichu pretended to be serious as he looked at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji nodded with a smile. "That's more like it. Professor He, today is the first day of the trial. Will it be long?" "Normally not, but it depends on how the trial will be conducted." As they spoke, the other 4 assistants also finished eating. Everyone arrived at the hotel entrance. Hijichu's luxury business car was already waiting for them at the hotel entrance. They were unfamiliar with Munich and weren't on a road trip, so they didn't have the time to look for an address. For convenience, He Ji-chu found a taxi company and rented a luxury business car. The driver was there to serve them. He Ji-chu took Gu Nianji and the other 4 assistants to the car and said, "To the Munich District Court." The driver was a middle-aged Caucasian man with a standard Germanic appearance. His English had a slight German accent, and every sentence was like a machine gun firing. He was very talkative. Gu Nianji smiled all the way to the court entrance. When she got out of the car, she felt her cheeks were stiff from smiling. She reached out to rub them. He Ji-chu stood beside her with a cold expression. The aura of a lawyer unknowingly exuded, and the bailiffs at the court entrance were all respectful to him. Gu Nianji quickly straightened her sleeves and followed He Ji-chu into the court with the other 4 assistants. This was her first time seeing a German court. Unlike the courts in the Xia Empire and the United States, the Munich District Court's courtroom was very simple. It was a square room with 2 rows of simple tables and chairs against the left and right walls, just like the desks in Xia Imperial Secondary Schools. One was for the defendant, and the other was for the prosecutor. He Ji-chu and Gu Nianji finally met the parents of the murdered Xia female exchange student, Li Haiqing, for the first time. They were a pair of very ordinary middle-aged people. It was obvious that they didn't have much money, and their clothes were probably made before they left the country. They looked a bit cramped in them. The wrinkles on their faces looked very sad, and the mother's eyes were swollen. She must have cried for a long time. Gu Nianji's heart sank. She knew how difficult it was for such an ordinary family to support a child studying abroad. When she was an undergraduate at C University, there was a classmate from an ordinary family who wanted to study in the United States. Her family scrimped and sold everything they had and only managed to scrape together enough money for a year's tuition. She had to work to pay for her living expenses and future tuition. That classmate often left early and returned late at night. It was very hard, and she looked much older than the other classmates. Although German universities didn't require tuition, living expenses were still a big expense. Also, most young people in the Xia Empire were only children. Looking at this couple's age, the possibility of having another child was too low. In other words, their daughter was their only child, their only hope, but it had been completely destroyed by these 2 German scum. This is the first update. Please click on the monthly vote to see if you can vote. There are also recommendation votes. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 596. Gu Nianji turned to stare coldly at the defendants. Pfft. Those 2 scumbags still knew how to be shameless. They actually covered their faces with paper masks so no one could see their faces. How could that work? Gu Nianji didn't hesitate to explode. Your Honor, I am the lawyer entrusted by the parents of the victim, Li Haiqing. I request the court to allow the defendants to show their faces to verify their identities. Gu Nianji didn't speak German, so she spoke perfect Oxford English. German was supposed to be spoken in a German court, and if one didn't speak German, the court would help find an interpreter. Li Haiqing's parents had a German interpreter specially assigned to them. However, most Germans could speak English, so when Gu Nianji made her request in English, the judge didn't ask for an interpreter. Instead, he expressed that he understood her request and agreed to it. The judge said to the defendants in German, I agree to the plaintiff's lawyer's request. Defendants, please show me your face. Covering your face in court will be considered contempt of court. The 2 defendants were a man and a woman. The man was called Seth, and the woman was called Naya. They were both burly, and when they took off the paper masks, they looked like people in their 30s or 40s. They really didn't look like the young and ignorant German media always portrayed them as. Apparently, the man had just turned 22, and the woman was only 21. Gu Nianji looked at them with disdain and turned to ask the parents of the male defendant, Seth, who was also in court, "May I ask if the male suspect sitting in the dock is your son?" Seth's mother, Ramona, whose face was as red as cooked beef, turned even redder. She raised her chin and said arrogantly, "Who are you? What right do you have to ask me?" Ramona spoke in German. She clearly knew English, but she had to pretend that she didn't understand English. Gu Nianji didn't understand German, so she was looking at the interpreter to translate when she heard He Jichu walk over and say coldly in German, "The judge just confirmed that she is the lawyer entrusted by the plaintiff's parents. It's fine if you don't understand English, but don't you understand German?" How did someone who doesn't even understand German become a high-ranking police officer in the Roslaw region? Did you graduate from high school? Ramona was frightened by He Jichu's imposing manner and shifted uneasily in her seat before rolling her eyes. "Yes, he's my son." "Are you sure? You didn't find an insignificant person to take the blame, did you?" Gu Nianji didn't let up, and her questions were very sharp. Ramona was completely enraged. She stood up and waved her fists. "He's my son. Do you want to do a DNA test?" "Of course." She turned to look at the judge. "Your Honor, the defendant's parents requested a DNA test. I ask you to grant this reasonable request." The judge raised an eyebrow and turned to look at Ramona. "Ramona, do you want a DNA test?" Ramona had only said those words out of anger because she had been provoked by Gu Nianji. How could she ask for a DNA test? Besides, they were already planning to take the blame. Why would she ask the court to do a DNA test? Hearing this, Ramona shook her head guiltily. "Your Honor, there's no such rule in the procedure." "We don't, You don't agree to a DNA test?" That was strange. Why? 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 Gu Nianji repeated "why" 3 times and interrupted Ramona. She turned to look at the judge. "May I ask if the German court has a procedure to verify the defendant's identity?" The judge thought about it for a moment and nodded slowly. "Yes." "Then we request to start the procedure to verify the defendant's identity." Gu Nianji turned half a circle on the spot and stared sharply at the uncomfortable Ramona. "Senior Superintendent, as a law enforcement officer, you actually disregard the court's procedural justice and knowingly break the law. You're confusing the public and obstructing our legitimate request to verify the defendant's identity. May I ask what your intentions are?" After Gu Nianji finished speaking, the German translator immediately translated it into German. Some of the German staff present who didn't understand English were shocked and pointed at Ramona. Ramona was furious but knew she couldn't nod. If she nodded, her son would go to jail. She wouldn't even be able to change the scapegoat. "Why aren't you saying anything? Can you not speak in court?" Gu Nianji raised her voice. "Senior Superintendent, please answer me." "Ramona, please answer the plaintiff's lawyer's question." The judge coughed and didn't let Ramona off the hook. Since the judge had spoken, Ramona had no choice but to answer. She nodded reluctantly. "If you want to do the test, then do it." Gu Nianji sighed in relief and thought to herself that this was the time to close the door and let Brother Chen go. Unfortunately, Brother Chen wasn't here. She didn't feel comfortable letting someone else do the test. But she had no choice. She could only work harder and keep a closer eye on them. The court summoned a forensic doctor to draw a vial of blood for Ramona and Seth. They didn't draw blood from Ramona's current husband, York, because he was only her son's stepfather and they weren't related by blood. Gu Nianji watched without blinking. When the forensic doctor finished drawing 2 vials of blood, she quickly raised her hand and gestured. "Wait, please draw 2 more vials of blood. I want to keep a file." "What do you want?" The forensic doctor was shocked. Why do American law firms need to keep a file of blood? They knew the plaintiff's parents had hired the best lawyer from the largest American law firm this time. They originally thought it was useless even if the best lawyer from the largest American law firm was the best. The dragon couldn't beat the snake in its den. In the end, the lawyer hadn't even made a move yet, and this young female assistant was already so aggressive. They began to feel afraid. He Ji-chu said dryly, whether or not the blood should be kept depends on the case and the person. Since the defendant's parents have a criminal record of obstructing justice, we must be careful. His words were like a whip that made all the Germans at the scene dizzy and embarrassed. From the judge to the court's janitor, everyone blushed at He Ji-chu's words. Because what he said was true. Senior Superintendent Ramona and her husband had indeed tried to cover up evidence of their son's crime after the crime. Later, when they couldn't cover it up any longer, they asked her son to turn himself in. After turning himself in, he immediately poured the dirty water of 3P on the poor victim. Gu Nianji had grown up with Hu Xiaoheng and the others, so she was a girl with a strong sense of justice. She hated this kind of selfish behavior that disregarded other people's lives. Therefore, He Ji-chu had chosen her among his assistants to represent him in court. Not only could it train her abilities, but it could also allow her natural emotions to influence the judge. This was the importance of being infectious and having a good personality. Gu Nianji also felt He Ji-chu's indomitable aura and couldn't help straightening her back. This was the second night. Just a reminder, recommendation votes and monthly votes. If you have monthly votes, please vote. Moi, everyone. Chapter 597. The medical examiner was rendered speechless by Gu Nianji's words. Crestfallen, he drew 2 more vials of blood and handed them to He Ji-chu and Gu Nianji to file. Ramona, the mother of the male defendant, immediately looked terrible. She clenched her fists tightly and looked at Gu Nianji. Her sunken eyes with heavy eyeshadow couldn't hide her disgust and hatred at all. Gu Nianji carefully placed the 2 vials of blood into her briefcase and nodded at the medical examiner. Thank you. She then turned to look at Senior Lieutenant Ramona, the mother of the male suspect. Remember, when your son goes to prison, I will come again to draw his blood for a DNA test. I will come every year until the last year. Don't be so smug. My son hasn't even been convicted yet. How can you convict him? And you're a lawyer from the best law firm in the United States. How can you judge a case on your own? Ramona laughed contemptuously. She noticed that the handsome Chinese man standing behind the young girl was very protective of her, and the girl was so young that she didn't even look like a minor. Ramona concluded that Gu Nianji had obtained her lawyer's license through improper means. How did you become a lawyer with that kind of ability? Did you sit on your tutor's lap for a thesis and ask him to take the exam for you for a legal qualification? So you think you can do whatever you want? Ramona's expression darkened and no longer pretended that she didn't understand English. This isn't America. This is Germany. He Ji-chu glanced at Gu Nianji discreetly. He was a bit worried that she would flip out and lose her composure in court. As a lawyer, the most important thing was to control one's emotions. Ramona clearly wanted to provoke Gu Nianji so that she could turn the tables. However, Gu Nianji was very calm and didn't fall for it at all. She took out her little notebook and pretended to write on it. Senior Lieutenant Ramona, I want to add another charge of defamation to the list of lawsuits against you. If you can't pay us the amount we're asking for, you can wait to go to jail. She then turned to sit beside He Ji-chu and ignored Ramona. Hearing Gu Nianji's warning, Ramona's heart sank. She couldn't help glancing at her husband, York, and whispered. What do they mean? Is it a civil lawsuit? York was calmer than Ramona and more shrewd than her. His gaze swept past Gu Nianji's face before he turned his head and said expressionlessly, that's for sure. Ah. What should we do? Ramona was flustered. She clutched the hem of her uniform tightly and muttered, Don't worry, I have an idea. Let her prance around for now. York's gaze shifted to Gu Nianji. His gaze was as cold as a venomous snake's tongue. Do you really have a way? Ramona's voice lowered even more. The man next to her seems pretty powerful. York looked at Hijichu darkly and snorted disapprovingly at his handsome profile. We'll see if he's good or not. Silence, the court is in session. The judge banged his gavel and began to hear the case. It had been 3 to 4 months since the case happened. But for the efficiency of the German court to be able to hold a trial now, it was already a trial cut under the pressure of public opinion. Many cases from the same period needed to be scheduled for trial, and some even had to be scheduled for a year later. This case had only been scheduled for 3 to 4 months, so Germany was very conscientious. Gu Nianji stopped letting her imagination run wild and listened attentively to the prosecution and defense lawyers as they began to argue. The defense lawyer insisted that the deceased Huaxia imperial female exchange student, Li Haiqing, had willingly engaged in a threesome with Seth and Naya. Also, she especially liked doing it, which resulted in many scars on her body. In the end, the three of them went a bit too far, and she suffocated to death. To put it bluntly, he was just short of saying that Li Haiqing deserved it. Willingly, my ass. Gu Nianji clenched her fists. The more she listened, the angrier she became. Hijichu quietly held Gu Nianji's hand and shook his head slightly at her to calm her down. Hijichu's palm was dry and cool. Gu Nianji had indeed calmed down, but she quickly broke free from Hijichu's hand and looked down to take out her laptop to start making notes. After the defense lawyer finished, he reiterated that his client had no criminal record and had a good past record. This was just an accident. It's a tragic accident. Although it's tragic, it's still an accident. I hope everyone won't let their emotions affect their decisions and make this accident even more tragic. This accident has already destroyed one family, and we can't destroy the other 2 families. The defense lawyer said seriously and bowed down. This logic was very good and powerful, but Gu Nianji only wanted to laugh when she heard it. At that moment, the prosecution began to speak. He first objected to the defense lawyer's claim that the victim had willingly engaged in a threesome. He frowned and said to the judge, according to the victim's roommates, the victim, Li Haiqing, changed into jogging clothes in the evening and went out for a run. May I ask, how could a girl who jogs at a fixed time and route suddenly willingly engaged in a threesome with 2 strangers? How would I know? Maybe she fell in love with my client at first sight. You also know that many Huaxia girls have a natural admiration for white people. The defense lawyer chuckled. Gu Nianji was furious and couldn't take it anymore. She stood up and said, "Objection. The defense lawyer is using personal speculation instead of legal analysis to slander the victim's character and slander the character of all Huaxia girls. I reserve the right to sue and claim damages from the defense lawyer." The defense lawyer's face turned livid. He glared at Gu Nianji and said angrily, "Did I say something wrong? Don't you Huaxia girls?" "Of course not." Gu Nianji replied crisply and decisively, "Mr. Lawyer, just like you Germans have anti-human fascists like Hitler, I won't say that all Germans are fascists like Hitler. And what you said just now is like hitting a boat full of people with a stick." The judge's expression also darkened. He warned the defense lawyer. "Please watch your words." Gu Nianji felt that the judge had handled the matter too lightly. She raised her eyebrows and calmed down. "Your Honor, since the defense lawyer made racist remarks and views about the victim in this case, I request that this lawyer be disqualified from representing the defendant." The judge looked at Gu Nianji, then back at the defense lawyer. He coughed uncomfortably and said, "Hans, you have to apologize to the defense lawyer." The defense lawyer's face was now purple. His thick nostrils flared, and his eyes were bigger than bells. Coupled with his thick, open mouth, he looked like a pig. I'm sorry. He finally lowered his arrogant head and apologized to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji didn't appreciate it. If an apology is useful, then what's the point of a court? Your Honor, you know better than me what crimes racial discrimination and hate speech are. I believe you won't knowingly break the law. The judge looked at Gu Nianji quietly and didn't speak for a long time. Gu Nianji wasn't afraid at all. In the silent courtroom, she looked at each of their faces and said word by word, "If Your Honor is going to smooth things over like this, I will continue to take this to the Supreme Court of Germany and the Supreme Court of the European Union. I will not hesitate." He Jichu also stood up. His handsome face was cold as he said sternly, "Her attitude is the attitude of our law firm." If Gu Nianji was just a small lawyer's assistant, these people wouldn't take it to heart. But since it was He Jichu, they had to think twice. He Jichu represented the largest law firm in the United States, and he himself was a partner there. Also, He Jichu's background was mysterious, and the German court had some understanding of him. Although it wasn't comprehensive, it was easy to see the whole picture. They were still very wary of his background. As soon as He Jichu finished speaking, the defense lawyer, Han's face turned ashen. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his tanned skin glistened. It was an eyesore. I'm sorry. He stammered an apology to Gu Nianji again. Gu Nianji didn't want to accept it at all. I'll say it again. As the defense lawyer, saying such things in court isn't just an issue of your professionalism. It's already a crime. Racial discrimination, personal defamation, pick one. I'm definitely going to sue you. It was intolerable to be pointed at by a white man and say all the girls in the Xia Empire had a natural admiration for white people. What day and age were they living in? He still thought that white people were better than everyone else. He shouldn't blame Gu Nianji for teaching him a lesson. First, she had to complain to the German Bar Association about Hans's legal qualifications. If he was found guilty of misconduct, his legal qualifications would be revoked, and in serious cases, he would be permanently banned from applying again. Then she would definitely file a case in court and sue him for racial discrimination and personal defamation. No matter when the case would start, she wanted to hang a Damocles sword over his head so he would be on tenterhooks all the time. She wouldn't let him have an easy time. Of course, the most important point was that the defense lawyer had to be replaced. That way, they would be able to attack the opponent's momentum to the greatest extent. If she didn't teach Seth's family a lesson, they wouldn't know why the flowers were red. Under Gu Nianji's insistence, the judge announced that the defense lawyer would be disqualified. The defendant would need to choose another lawyer and set a date for the trial. On the first day of the trial, with Gu Nianji's godly assistance, the prosecutor removed the defense lawyer. After the judge adjourned the trial, everyone on the defense's side had dark expressions, especially the male defendant, Seth. He kept glaring at Gu Nianji. His gaze was vicious and perverted, and his eyes were bright red like he was mentally ill. Gu Nianji wasn't afraid at all. She stretched out 2 fingers and made a scissors gesture. If it weren't for the fact that they were still in court, Gu Nianji would have made a shooting gesture at the male defendant. This was the first update. Everyone, please click on your monthly votes to see if you can vote. There are also recommendation votes. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 598. He Jichu glanced at her, and she sheepishly retracted her hand and followed him out of the courtroom. At the entrance of the Munich District Court, the prosecutor who had represented the victim, Li Haiqing, walked up to Gu Nianji and said sincerely, "Miss Gu, I sincerely apologize to you. Most Germans don't think that way. The Huaxia people are very intelligent, and we respect them very much. We will never allow that kind of speech to appear in our country." After all, Germany was the country where the Prime Minister had personally knelt before the memorial to the murdered Jews. After World War II, Germany was the most thorough in reflecting on its war crimes and was much more forgiving than a certain Japanese country in East Asia who still refused to admit their war crimes. Gu Nianji's expression softened as she nodded. I believe you. Every country has good people and bad people. A good country is one where there are more good people than bad people. If there were more bad people than good people in a country, then the country as a whole was rotten and not worthy of forgiveness. The prosecutor sighed in relief and smiled. Miss Gu's performance in court today impressed us. Don't worry, we have sufficient evidence and will definitely help the victim get justice and bring the murderer to justice. Criminal cases still rely on you. Gu Nianji also expressed her gratitude. I sincerely thank you for selflessly helping a powerless foreign student. The goddess of justice blindfolds. She doesn't look at wealth or power. She only looks at guilt and innocence. The prosecutor reached out to shake Gu Nianji's hand. There are still a few tough battles to fight. You have to be mentally prepared. I will do my best. Gu Nianji nodded and watched the prosecutor leave. The defendant's parents walked past Gu Nianji with sullen expressions. Seth's stepfather, York, suddenly turned to look at Gu Nianji. His gaze was bone-chilling and sent chills down Gu Nianji's spine. Gu Nianji wasn't afraid at all and glared back at him. What are you looking at? You don't like it? I've never seen someone like you who can stare at others so righteously after hurting someone. Aren't you afraid the victim's soul will come to you in the middle of the night to have a heart-to-heart talk? Gu Nianji's English was clear and crisp with a perfect Oxford accent. The bailiff at the courthouse door looked over. York snorted. The threat in his voice was self-evident. The wrinkles on his wrinkled eyes deepened. Gu Nianji also snorted and said in front of York, Don't scare me. If anything happens to me, it will be your fault. York's pupils suddenly contracted, but they quickly returned to normal. He nonchalantly turned his head around, and without saying a single word, he left the court with his wife, Ramona. Hijichu watched coldly as York and Ramona's car drove away. His gaze was also very dark. Hijichu's 4 American assistants were all young lawyers in their 30s. They walked over to Gu Nianji and whispered, Gu, we're in someone else's territory. Don't provoke them too much. These assistants had good intentions. They were worried that Gu Nianji was young and arrogant. She didn't know her place and would offend people. Although lawyers needed to be sharp, they also needed to be able to hold back and handle matters smoothly. Only then could they be considered perfect. Gu Nianji rubbed the back of her stiff neck. It wasn't that she wasn't afraid, but was she not going to do it just because she was afraid? Moreover, why should good people be afraid of bad people who do evil things to the extreme? The ones who should be afraid are the bad guys. Gu Nianji wanted to say something, but before she spoke, she instinctively glanced at Hijichu. As her mentor, Hijichu's education and concern had already won Gu Nianji's trust. She knew who was truly good to her. They both spoke harshly, but Hijichu was more acceptable to Gu Nianji than Gu Yanran. Hijichu had one hand in his pocket and the other holding Gu Nianji's briefcase. His handsome face was still cold, but his shimmering, sultry eyes were faintly warm. He glanced at his watch. Okay, let's talk back at the hotel. As they spoke, the luxurious business car they had chartered drove over. Gu Nianji followed Hijichu into the car. She and Hijichu sat in the middle 2 seats. One of the other 4 assistants sat in the front passenger seat, and the other 3 sat in the 3 seats in the last row. After the small incident, everyone gradually became excited. After all, it was a good sign to have a good start on the first day. Although lawyers were the most logical profession, the market for superstition did not discriminate between professions. After returning to the hotel, the other 4 assistants asked Hijichu for permission and happily went sightseeing. They originally wanted to invite Gu Nianji to go with them, but Hijichu rejected them before they could ask her. Gu Nianji didn't plan to go herself. After a tiring day, she needed a good rest. After returning to the hotel room, Gu Nianji first went to the bathroom to shower and change into casual pants. A pure white heavy silk loose-sleeved blouse with a navy blue edge, a pair of light blue Egyptian cotton cropped pants, and a pair of snow-white Ralph Lauren sneakers. Her hair was loose behind her, and she only used a hairdryer to half-dry it. Hijichu knocked on the door and came in. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes as he asked her slowly, "Where do you want to go for lunch?" Gu Nianji was about to speak when she heard her phone ring. She hurried back to the bedroom to take out her phone from her purse. It was actually Gu Yanran calling. She hesitated for a moment before swiping it open to answer. "Sis." Gu Yanran sounded anxious on the other end of the line. "Nianji. Where are you? Why can't I find you anywhere?" Gu Nianji didn't know what to say for a moment. She had only told Yin Shixiang, Zhao Liangze, and her roommate, Ma Qiqi, about going to Germany with Yijichu. However, she had asked Ma Qiqi not to tell anyone else. It was summer anyway, so there weren't many people on campus. Ma Qiqi was busy with her internship at the law firm every day, so she didn't have much time to contact Gu Nianji. However, when she found out that Gu Nianji was going because of the pitiful female student from the Huaxia Empire who was killed, Ma Qiqi immediately applied for leave to see her off at the airport. Before she left, Ma Qiqi reminded her again and again that she had to seek justice for the female student and bring the culprit to justice. Gu Nianji knew that Ma Qiqi was very concerned about the case, so she told her where she was going. When the news was revealed, Hijichu took the initiative to stand up and become the most popular lawyer. He made a big splash and quietly suppressed the news of Gu Nianji going abroad with him. Anyway, Hijichu was the main lawyer and the person the Bais truly wanted to hire. Gu Nianji was only one of his 5 assistants, so it was reasonable that no one paid attention to her. As for the Special Operations Forces, because Gu Nianji's background had been investigated, her father had been taken to the Huaxia Empire. Therefore, the Special Operations Forces and the military paid the most attention to her father, Gu Xiangwen, and not Gu Nianji. Therefore, the protective measures that Hu Shaoheng had set up for Gu Nianji had been completely withdrawn. It was the second night, just a reminder, recommendation votes and monthly votes. If you have monthly votes, please vote for me. Moi, everyone. Chapter 599. Gu Nianji no longer had her security privileges as before. When he left the country, there would be no warning from the customs. Because her passport had been changed, the customs computer's level 1 warning system was still targeting her old passport. When she used her new passport to scan the customs, it did not cause any disturbance at all. If Gu Nianji hadn't been worried that Yin Shixiang or Zhao Liangze would come looking for her, she wouldn't have even told them. She had been worried that if she told them, they would stop her from going to Germany and cause trouble for Hu Shao. However, in the end, she still took the initiative to tell them. Fortunately, Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze didn't say anything to stop her. Instead, they encouraged her to take the opportunity to go abroad and have fun. Gu Nianji was overjoyed and once again confirmed that Hu Shaoheng should be in Germany. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze both looked like they were happy to see it happen, which made her feel even more confident. Of course, after coming to Germany, Gu Nianji realized how difficult it was to find Hu Shaoheng. She had no idea where to start, and Hu Shaoheng didn't seem to have any intention of contacting her. She wouldn't foolishly ask around about Hu Shaoheng's whereabouts. Deep down in her heart, her wildest dream was nothing more than a chance encounter at the Yizar River. Now that she received a call from the Huaxia Empire, Gu Nianji was a little dazed. She composed herself and said to Gu Yanran, "Sis, I'm traveling overseas." "Go abroad? Where did you go?" Gu Yanran's voice was filled with suspicion. "Are you with Hu Shao?" Gu Nianji thought to herself that she wanted to as well. Unfortunately, there wasn't, but Gu Yanran didn't need to know. I came out with a few friends. Sis, what's the matter? Gu Nianji replied vaguely, as if she had an olive in her mouth. I'm worried about you. I haven't seen you in a few days. I went to your dorm to look for you, but your roommate said you weren't in school and went out. I asked her where you went, but she didn't know. Gu Yanran acted like a good sister. Nianji, you're so naughty. You run off so easily, just like when you were young. No matter how Gu Nianji listened to it, she felt that his words sounded awkward. Of course she was the same as when she was young, because that was her. Gu Yanran's brain wasn't working very well. Gu Nianji silently cursed Gu Yanran's intelligence as she smiled and said, I didn't tell Chi-Chi, so Chi-Chi doesn't know where I went. If you ask her, won't she be confused as well? Then where did you go? You should at least tell my sister, right? Gu Yanran pressed the phone tightly to her ear. On the other side of the room, Yi Xian sat on the sofa. On the coffee table in front of him was a machine that continuously flashed red and blue lights. It was tracking Gu Nianji's phone signal. If Gu Nianji didn't want to say something, no one would be able to get it out of her. Of course, she wouldn't just stay silent. She would usually change the topic and let them forget what they were talking about. Gu Nianji sat on the sofa with her phone in her hand. As she dried her hair, she asked briskly, Sis, how's father? I have already regained my identity as the daughter of the Gu family for a long time. When will you let me officially return to the Gu family? I'm in credit card debt for this trip abroad. I listened to you and didn't use Hua Xiao's money, but are you going to pay me back for the credit card debt? I don't want to be a card slave. Gu Yanran couldn't help but sigh in relief. Smiling, she said, Sure, when are you coming back? I'll be honest with you. These past few years, the Gu family has spent a lot and earned very little. Others may think we're doing well, but it's all empty shells. You'll know when you come back. Okay, I'll stop talking. I have to go discuss business with someone. It's not easy to earn money. Gu Nianji sounded very disappointed. Oh. Sis. Don't be so busy. When are you going to transfer the money to me? Just as she was asking, she suddenly heard another person's cold voice on the phone. Gu Nianji. That's enough. Your sister is working so hard to maintain the Gu family, unlike you. You only know how to spend money. It was actually Yi Xian's voice. Gu Nianji froze. Sis. You gave the phone to Yi Xian. However, the other side hung up with a click. The sound was very strange. It sounded like the sound of electricity, but also like the sound of a machine turning off. In any case, it wasn't the sound of a phone. Yi Xian was actually still in her sister's room at this time. Gu Nianji looked at her watch. It should be around 8:00 in the Hua Xia Empire right now. Did the two of them have dinner together? She pouted and looked at her phone gloomily, thinking about the strange sound she had just heard. On the other end of the phone, Gu Yanran put away her phone and scolded Yi Xian, Will you die if you don't speak? Then she asked, Did you find her whereabouts? Yi Xian shook his head. I only know that she should be in Europe. Her phone is equipped with anti-tracking devices, so it's not easy to track her down. Europe? What is she doing in Europe? Gu Yanran frowned. This child doesn't even tell the truth. She always makes people worry. Yanran, why are you so nice to her? You're not even biological sisters. Yi Xian frowned and put away the devices on the coffee table into a special box. Xian, I won't allow you to say that. Her surname is Gu, so she's a member of the Gu family. What does it matter if we're biological sisters or not? Gu Yanran said slightly sullenly, appearing very protective of Gu Nianji. You're so kind, but Gu Nianji still doesn't appreciate it. I feel bad for you. Yi Xian slammed the box shut and held it in his hand. Alright, I'm leaving. I won't bother you anymore. Xian, don't be angry. Gu Yanran hugged Yi Xian's waist from behind. I'm worried about her. You know that she's been away from me for so many years. I'm worried that she's grown up wrong. This kind of big sister tone was why Yi Xian couldn't resist Gu Yanran. His breathing became heavy, and he suddenly threw down the locked box. He turned around and hugged Gu Yanran, kissing her passionately on the lips. In the suite of the Munich Hilton Hotel in Germany, He Jichu had been standing silently to the side the entire time. Now that Gu Nianji had hung up, he finally asked, Gu Yanran called. Yeah, it was strange. She kept asking me where I was. Gu Nianji laughed. So I intentionally changed the subject and said some things that she instinctively avoided. As expected, she didn't pester me about where I was. Yeah, there's nothing to say to her. He Jichu smiled and sat down on the sofa in the living room. We'll hide your information from her for now, but we might not be able to hide it forever. The American law firm's website has the list of names for our trip this time. She only needs to look it up and she'll be able to find it. Oh. Gu Nianji didn't take it to heart. She was going overseas for work, so it didn't matter even if Gu Yanran found out. At most, she would scold her for lying to her. However, Gu Nianji felt that she had no obligation to tell Gu Yanran the truth. It wouldn't affect Gu Yanran's interests, so why did she have to report everything to her in detail? Did she really think she was her sister? Gu Nianji's memory hadn't recovered, and she hadn't nurtured her sisterhood with Gu Yanran before it was destroyed by Gu Yanran's attitude towards her. What could she do? She was also very desperate. Leaning back on the sofa, Gu Nianji felt the back of her neck start to ache again. She reached out to rub it and said, going to court is really exhausting. I thought I'd seen the world, and it's not my first time in court. I didn't think I would still be subconsciously nervous. Your neck hurts. He Jichu reached out to massage Gu Nianji, but she quickly jumped away and smiled. I don't dare to trouble Professor He. Only disciples serve their masters. I've never seen a master serve his disciples. Then why don't you just see it today? He Jichu laughed and stopped talking when he saw Gu Nianji's embarrassment. He stood up and asked, where do you want to eat? I'm not familiar with this place at all. The white sausage in the morning was delicious, but it seems like it's only available for breakfast. Gu Nianji couldn't forget the Bavarian white sausage in the morning. It's only available in the morning in this hotel, but if you want to eat it, we can look outside. It should be easy to find. He Jichu turned to ask her, do you want to go? Yeah, that's good. Gu Nianji went in to take out her Le Boy sachet and followed He Jichu out of the hotel. They hailed a taxi at the entrance and asked the driver where the more famous restaurants were. The driver recommended a 4-star Michelin restaurant, and they went there excitedly. It turned out that the local driver's recommendation was reliable. German cuisine was famous for all kinds of pork knuckles dishes, such as the famous German pork knuckles that all gluttons on the blue planet knew. It was like the famous braised pork knuckles in the Xia Empire, but without soy sauce. The gelatin of the pork knuckles was almost melted. Just this dish alone was enough for Gu Nianji to eat for an entire afternoon. He Jichu ordered a black pepper seafood pork knuckle stew. It was salty and fragrant, and even someone like him, who always wanted red wine for meals, ate several slices of whole wheat bread with the pork knuckles. He Jichu used red wine with the pork knuckles, while Gu Nianji used black grape juice with the pork knuckles. Gu Nianji wanted to lick her fingers after eating and said to He Jichu longingly, Professor He, the pork here is so delicious. It's really fragrant. It's comparable to the specially supplied pork in the Xia Empire. Moreover, it was the taste of the food itself, not the taste of seasonings added to it. The best dishes were the taste of the food itself. The seasoning should be used to enhance the taste of the food itself and not steal the show. Hijichu was very picky about food, but he had to admit that the pork here tasted almost the same as the pork in his hometown. Eat more if you like it. I'll ask if they deliver. If they deliver, we'll order here for the next few days. Hijichu got up to call the waiter over and asked in German if they delivered. This was a local restaurant that provided both in-house and delivery. Hijichu ordered lunch and dinner with them and changed the menu every day to deliver to the Hilton Hotel. After lunch, Hijichu and Gu Nianji left the restaurant. They found the Hilton Hotel they were staying at on their phone map. It wasn't far from here. They didn't call a taxi again and just strolled back to digest after the meal. This is the first update. Please click on the monthly vote to see if you can vote. There are also recommendation votes. Today was Monday, especially with the recommendation votes. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 600. It was an afternoon in Munich, and the sun shone down from the clear blue sky, softening the asphalt road. The two of them walked side by side on the sidewalk. The trees were dense and shady, and the cicadas chirped. They didn't feel hot walking under the trees. The Alps were not far from the edge of the city, and they could see the snow on the mountain ridges. Although it was summer at the foot of the mountain, the top was covered in snow all year round. Under the summer sun, it shone brilliantly like a diamond on a crown. It was breathtaking. Gu Nianji pointed to the snow-covered peak in the distance and smiled. Professor He, it's beautiful, isn't it? I wonder if we still have time to go skiing in the mountains. This is the Bavarian mountains in the Alps, and the glaciers are more eroded. This isn't a good place to go skiing. Hijichu turned to look at her. You really want to go skiing? Why don't we go skiing in Switzerland after the lawsuit is over? They have the best ski resorts in the world. Skiing in Switzerland. Gu Nianji's eyes began to drift. She had gone skiing with Hu Xiaoheng before, but she was still young and didn't like sports. Now she couldn't even go with Hu Xiaoheng. She sighed softly and shook her head to not let these things affect her emotions. It was already past 2 in the afternoon when she finally returned to the hotel with Hijichu. Gu Nianji was much more energetic and didn't want to go back to her room for now. Her large eyes darted around the hotel lobby. Hijichu thought of something and suggested, "There's a coffee shop over there. Let's go have a seat." There was a black female singer singing soul music in the corner of the coffee shop. Her voice was distant and moving, like the sounds of nature. Her singing wasn't loud, and it was like the background music of a gurgling spring. Gu Nianji wasn't 21 yet, so she couldn't enter bars in Germany. However, she could still go to coffee shops. Nodding, she followed Hijichu into the coffee shop and sat behind a few green palm trees to enjoy a moment of leisure. Hijichu ordered a glass of juice for Gu Nianji and a cappuccino for himself, along with 2 small pieces of almond cheesecake. Gu Nianji frowned. "Professor He, I can't eat anymore. I'm so full." "Have a piece with me," Hijichu said dryly as he pushed a plate of almond cheesecake to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji looked at Hijichu's nervous expression and quietly picked up her spoon to take small bites. Hijichu breathed a sigh of relief and slowly finished his cake. The waiter standing at the side hurriedly came to take away the small plate of cake. After eating the cake, Hijichu and Gu Nianji didn't speak again. They just sat quietly. Gu Nianji was bored to death as she held her juice and pricked up her ears to eavesdrop on the conversations around her. Although everyone spoke very softly in such an environment, Gu Nianji couldn't avoid hearing them because they were so close to each other and there were only a few potted palm trees. In particular, the people behind the palm trees were speaking English, and it was American English, so it was even easier to understand. "John, the hunting season in the Alps is about to begin. Are you ready?" Are you ready? You should be asking me how long I'm going to fight. Let me tell you, for this hunting season, I brought enough equipment. Once I enter the mountain, I will definitely stay for 2 months. Don't even think about stopping me. 2 months. Are you serious? From mid-August to mid-October. The entire hunting season is only 2 months. A few of them were talking excitedly. They even clearly mentioned the type of shotgun they were carrying and the bullets they were carrying. Gu Nianji had learned shooting from Hu Shaoheng, so she was very familiar with all types of guns. As soon as she heard them mention the Remington M700 VTR, she knew it was a hunting rifle that was almost similar to an official sniper rifle because it was equipped with a very professional scope. For people who knew how to use guns, they could directly replace the scope of the hunting rifle model with a special scope for a sniper rifle. This way, they could modify the hunting rifle into a real sniper rifle. People who used this kind of hunting rifle were true cold-blooded hunters. Not only could they hunt small animals such as foxes and badgers, but they could also hunt fierce beasts such as lions, tigers, and black bears. Gu Nianji didn't speak. She quietly listened until they finished talking and left before quietly asking He Zhichu, "Professor He, what's with the hunting season in the Alps?" "It's hunting season." He Zhichu glanced at her. "There are places in England that also have hunting season, and it attracts hunters from all over the world. Didn't you know?" He thought Gu Nianji would be familiar with it since she had grown up with Hu Shaoheng. However, Hu Shaoheng had never taken Gu Nianji to hunt. To Hu Shaoheng, holding a gun meant killing people and saving people. What was the point of hunting innocent animals? He had never been interested in it. Gu Nianji shook her head. "I don't know. I've never played it before." "Yeah, I'll take you hunting when we have the chance." He Zhichu nodded. "I don't know much about the hunting season here, but it should be similar to England. The English hunting season is also around this time. The participating hunters ride horses and bring hunting dogs and weapons into the forest to encircle their prey." Gu Nianji looked down and took out her phone to search for information about hunting season. She tilted her head and looked at it for a long time before clicking her tongue. Why does it look so unreliable? It feels like life and death is fated. Are people really going? How can no one go for such an exciting game? He Zhichu shook his head with a snicker. You have to sign a life and death agreement to enter the forest during hunting season. What do you think? Modern civilized society still had legally recognized life and death agreements. It was a wonder in Western society. Gu Nianji was only curious for a moment, but she lost interest after asking. She and He Zhichu sat there for a while and waited for the juice and coffee to be finished before paying the bill and leaving. They had just entered the elevator and were about to go upstairs to their rooms when He Zhichu's phone rang. He took it out and was shocked to see it was his father calling. His father rarely called him. Usually when he called, it was an emergency. He Zhichu quickly picked up. "Father, what's the matter?" He Zhichu's father said slowly over the phone, "Happy birthday, Ah Chu." He Zhichu's throat tightened. He couldn't speak for a long time. "Thank you, father." He finally managed to force out the words, but his throat was already choking. Gu Nianji looked at He Zhichu curiously and was also shocked. "Professor He, it's your birthday." In the small elevator, her voice was so clear and crisp that it echoed. Senior Mr. He heard it on the other end of the line. He frowned. "Ah Chu, who are you with?" It was the second night, just a reminder, recommendation votes and monthly votes. Today was Monday, so recommendation votes were especially important. Moi, everyone. Chapter 601. Who else could it be? He Zhichu smiled wryly at Gu Nianji. "Okay, father, I'm going to hang up now. I still have a case here." I'll definitely come back to see you once it's over. Mr. He sighed. It's Nyenji. Aren't you going to bring her back? He Ji-chu didn't respond. Mr. He spoke very quietly, so Gu Nyenji didn't hear him. She wasn't listening either. She was only thinking that today was Professor He's birthday. No wonder he asked her to eat cake with him. It was a birthday cake. He Ji-chu hung up the phone. The elevator had already reached their floor. Gu Nyenji stepped out of the elevator, her eyes sparkling. She smiled at He Ji-chu. Professor He, happy birthday. He Ji-chu didn't care about her casual greeting. You don't have to be so polite. Birthdays are celebrated every year. It's nothing special. How is it not special? Gu Nyenji felt bad. Professor He, let me give you a birthday present. Gu Nyenji's heart softened when she saw He Ji-chu all alone. No one even celebrated his birthday for him. Okay, I'll be waiting. He Ji-chu didn't stand on ceremony at all. His shimmering, sultry eyes twinkled. This is your first birthday present for me. You have to be thoughtful. If it's not, I won't accept it. Gu Nyenji was speechless. There was such a thing. He had to be picky about presents. Gu Nyenji thought to herself. Of course, she didn't dare say it out loud. She smiled and spread her hands. Then how should I say it's good? Professor He has everything from space shuttles to needles and thread. What else do you need? Even if you need something, I can't afford it. Slap. He Ji-chu lightly slapped her open palms. Isn't it smart to think about it yourself? If you can't even think of this, I think you're a fool for having a smart face. He then turned to return to his suite. He left Gu Nyenji standing alone in the hotel hallway. She stomped her feet at his clear and handsome back. At night, He Ji-chu called everyone for a meeting. He said he had just received a call from the prosecutor. They had found a new lawyer and the trial would continue the next day. The four assistants and Gu Nyenji began preparing for the trial the next day. They divided up the work. One of them investigated the background of the defendant's new lawyer, and the other looked for cases he had fought in before. Gu Nyenji was responsible for reenacting the case so that she could answer all kinds of questions from the opposing lawyer. It was just like in the arena. They wielded spears while the other side wielded shields. It was a competition to see if their spears were more powerful and could pierce through the other side's shield, or if the other side's shield was more powerful and could block their spears. Everyone discussed until midnight before returning to their rooms to sleep. Early the next morning, the six of them took a commercial car to the Munich District Court to participate in the trial. This time, the court they went to was different from the last time. Last time, the seats in the courtroom were like middle school desks, but this time, the seats were thick and heavy black. They were placed on both sides of the room, adding to the sense of oppression. Gu Nyenji walked in and saw the black courtroom seats. She couldn't help but breathe lightly. Everyone sat down on either side of the defendant or the plaintiff. The judge soon came in on time and announced that the court was in session. The plaintiff's prosecutor and the defendant's lawyer began to argue about the age of the two defendants. The male and female defendants were both burly and stood there like a wall. They looked more like they were in their 30s or 40s and not 22, as the defendant's lawyer had claimed. However, there were no problems with the defendants' birth certificates. At the time of the crime, they were indeed only 21 years old and not yet 22. According to German law, there was a qualitative leap from 21 to 22. German criminal law stipulated that suspects between 18 and 21 who had not reached the maturity level of an adult would be dealt with according to juvenile law and tried in juvenile court. Therefore, the main topic of discussion today was whether or not the two suspects had reached the maturity level of an adult. Gu Nyenji was very annoyed when she saw this. These two B** stars looked like adults at first glance. What's more, they had committed a crime that only adults would commit. She didn't understand what was there to argue about. However, the defendant's lawyer obviously didn't think so. As long as his client was within the boundaries of adulthood, their sentences would be much lighter. Germany didn't have the death penalty for juvenile crimes. The most serious sentence was only 15 years in prison and could be released on bail after 2 years in prison. According to the male suspect, Seth's family background, he would probably be released after hanging around in prison. Gu Nianji was deeply dissatisfied. She clenched her fists and sat on the bench behind the plaintiff's seat. Her little face was tense. The defendant's lawyer was speaking eloquently. The latest scientific research has proven that whether or not a person has reached the maturity level of an adult can't be judged by age or appearance alone. Just like transgender people, the gender that they identify within their hearts is their true gender. You can't say that a person is a woman just because they look like a woman and have female characteristics. Maybe deep down, she thinks she's a man, so you have to respect her choice and say that she's a man. Gu Nianji's teeth were about to shatter when she heard this. Where did this weird lawyer come from? He was challenging everyone's common sense and worldview. Gu Nianji wasn't the only one who expressed her anger. Even the Germans listening to this kept gasping. If it weren't for the solemnity of the court, Gu Nianji guessed that there would have been people booing. However, the defendant's lawyer didn't care about everyone's reactions at all. He only cared about the judge. Your Honor, when the case occurred, my clients weren't even 22 years old. They were only 21 years old, and their mental behavior proves that they haven't reached the maturity level of an adult yet. I sincerely ask you to take this case back to the juvenile court to finish. Objection. The prosecutor immediately raised his right hand. The defendant's lawyer's standard for judging maturity is too subjective and not something that should be defined by the law. To determine whether or not the defendants meet the standard of adult maturity, it is enough to look at their physical and dental development. As the prosecutor spoke, he took out a medical test report and showed it to the court. This is a medical evaluation by a medical expert on the two defendants. From a physiological point of view, they are completely mature. Objection. The defendant's lawyer saw that the situation wasn't looking good and immediately jumped up. I said earlier that physical maturity alone isn't enough to determine true maturity. Only psychological maturity is true maturity. He quoted classics and even threw out the new theory of neuroscientists from Harvard University. The prosecutor was so angry that he couldn't speak. He was trying to stir up trouble. Gu Nianji couldn't stand it anymore. Psychological maturity my *SS. Did you think the world revolved around you? Why didn't you argue that you had acute intermittent manic psychosis at the moment you killed someone? Gu Nianji suppressed her anger and stood up after obtaining He Jichu's approval. As a member of the legal team hired by the plaintiff's parents, Gu Nianji had the right to argue with the prosecutor against the defendant's lawyer. Your Honor, the latest research from Harvard University can't be used as a standard to determine whether or not the defendants are truly mature. Gu Nianji felt that the defendant's lawyer was quibbling and constantly changing concepts to brainwash everyone. Unfortunately, Gu Nianji was also an expert in changing concepts and brainwashing, so she didn't fall for it or become speechless from anger. Harvard University is the best university in the world, and Harvard's neuroscience is also one of the best. How dare you say that can't be used as a standard? The defendant's lawyer shrieked. He was still a bit wary of Gu Nianji. After all, the moment this little girl made a move, she forced the previous defendant's lawyer to go home and eat himself. It was said that even his lawyer's license might be revoked. This new defendant's lawyer had made ample preparations, but unfortunately, there was almost no information on Gu Nianji. He couldn't find anything else to analyze Gu Nianji's style of arguing in court. Gu Nianji walked out from the public gallery behind the plaintiff's stand and walked in front of the defendant's lawyer. In a clear voice, she said, American public schools allow transgender students to choose whether to use the men's or women's restroom. May I ask if it's the same in German public schools? The defendant's lawyer shut his mouth tightly and refused to answer Gu Nianji's question. This question was obviously a trap. As soon as he answered, he would fall into the trap, and his previous defense would be completely ineffective. Please answer me. Gu Nianji waited for a while, but when the defendant's lawyer still didn't speak, she urged him. Your Honor, the defendant's lawyer isn't speaking. Shouldn't we get another lawyer for the other party? Gu Nianji could only ask the judge for help. In court, the defendant's lawyer had to speak when questioned by the plaintiff's lawyer. The defendant had the right to remain silent, but the defendant's lawyer didn't. When the new defendant's lawyer heard that Gu Nianji was going to use the same trick again, he couldn't help but sneer. What? Are you going to sue me for racial discrimination again? No, I'm not going to sue you for racial discrimination. Gu Nianji raised a brow. I'm going to sue you for contempt of court. The defendant's lawyer glared at Gu Nianji as if he had just seen a dog. He opened his mouth and finally said angrily, What the hell do you want to say? I'm asking you a question. Please answer me. Will German public schools recognize the rules for transgender students in American public schools? Defendant's lawyer, please answer the plaintiff's lawyer's question. The judge finally spoke. The defendant's lawyer hung his head. After a long time, he finally said, no. Then he immediately said, but this standard is different from Harvard University's standards for personal maturity. It is different. Sir, I think you're trying to force a duck onto a perch by making this defense. You just found an argument, right? Gu Nianji shrugged. Actually, why do you have to go through all this trouble? A subject as advanced as neuromedicine isn't suitable for you, and it's even more unsuitable for your client who appears to be mentally retarded and crazy. This was the first update. There would be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 602. Objection. The plaintiff's lawyer is slandering my client as mentally retarded and crazy. That's a personal attack. The defendant's lawyer immediately seized on the loophole in Gu Nianji's words and retorted excitedly. Gu Nianji smiled at him. Are you sure I'm slandering your client? Is there a risk in telling the truth these days? The defendant's lawyer boomed and almost patted his chest to guarantee, my client is definitely not mentally retarded or crazy. On the contrary, he's very smart and rational. His school results can prove it, and his relatives and friends can also prove that he's always been a polite and good child. Enough. Gu Nianji interrupted him. That's what I want to know. As she spoke, she also turned to look at the judge. Her expression was so calm that no one could tell what she was going to do next. He Jichu curled his lips and secretly praised Gu Nianji's quick thinking in an emergency to block the opponent's escape route. The judge also froze and only confirmed with the defendant's lawyer after Gu Nianji's repeated urging. Are you sure your client isn't mentally retarded or crazy? Absolutely not. The defendant's lawyer blurted out. Then he suddenly remembered something, and his expression changed. Seth's stepfather, York, who was sitting in the courtroom, cursed quietly, treacherous. Gu Nianji looked in the judge's direction, her pretty little face beaming from ear to ear. Your Honor, the defendant's lawyer personally testified that the defendant is not mentally retarded, nor is he mentally ill. This means that he is a person with full capacity to act. Also, he was 21 when he committed the crime, and all his physical signs prove he's already an adult. Therefore, we object to using the juvenile court to try this case. The defendant's lawyer's face was ashen. He suddenly realized he was the one who was truly mentally retarded. Gu Nianji's words just now reminded him that defending the defendant as mentally retarded or mentally ill was the easiest way to get him off the hook. How could he ignore the essentials and let the other party lead him by the nose? In the end, this little B*TCH had outsmarted him and personally cut off the possibility of a mentally retarded defense. The male defendant, Seth's parents, wanted to kill him with vicious glares. Therefore, the defendant's second defense, which they thought they were well prepared, lost another round because of Gu Nianji's interference. When the judge sighed and announced that the defendants would be tried as adults, Ramona, Seth's mother, immediately burst into tears. "My baby! My baby!" She threw herself at him and cried, hugging her son, who was as big and strong as a wall. The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched as she muttered in Mandarin, "Let the baby go, it's still a child, don't be so smug." The defense lawyer walked over and pointed to the sky, warning her in a threatening manner. There are still several rounds of trial left. Do you really think you have the upper hand? Look at where you are. How naive. It's 2 sen, right? Gu Nianji smiled as she packed her things. There was a hint of mockery in the corner of her mouth. "I'll wait and see. You better work hard. Don't make me feel like I've won unfairly. You." The defense lawyer was so angry that he wanted to hit her. However, He Jichu and 4 other tall American lawyers surrounded him and looked at the defense lawyer coldly. The defense lawyer could only snort and leave. Show him some color, and he'll start a dye shop. Gu Nianji wasn't afraid at all, but when she turned around, she saw the male defendant, Seth, glaring at her. It made her very unhappy. "What are you looking at? If it weren't for the fact that Germany doesn't have the death penalty, you'd be dead for sure." Gu Nianji secretly complained in her heart, but she put on a shocked expression and immediately said to the bailiff, "Sir, I'm afraid that person will take revenge on me. I want to ask for court protection." Gu Nianji pointed in the direction of the male defendant, Seth, who didn't have time to retract his hateful gaze. Everyone in the courtroom, including the judge and the bailiff, saw it. He could have been released on bail, but seeing his fierce expression, the judge flatly rejected his family's request for bail. The reason was that he had threatened the plaintiff's lawyer, which was an additional crime, so he couldn't be released on bail. Ramona, Seth's mother, covered her mouth tightly with her hand. Her eyes were red from crying as she watched her son be taken away by the bailiff and locked up. She walked to Gu Nianji and sobbed. "You're so cruel. My son didn't do it on purpose, so why did you have to be so ruthless? What's your relationship with the victim? How much money did her family pay you for you working so hard for her lawsuit?" Gu Nianji rolled her eyes internally. This kind of person did whatever they wanted just because they had a bit of power. Truly, everything was the same in the past and present. My client was even more innocent. May I ask why your son tortured her to death? Your son killed an innocent person, so how dare you ask others to let your son go? Just because you're a high-ranking officer in the German police force. Gu Nianji spoke loudly, her authentic Oxford English clearly heard by the German media waiting at the door. They practically pricked up their ears to listen to the commotion. Ramona's heart ached to death. To her, the dead Huaxia female exchange student was less than a dog. She would sympathize with a dead dog, but the person who died was a foreigner with no power or influence. She really didn't think her precious son would have to pay such a high price for such a small matter. "Do you know that my son is only 22 years old? If he goes to jail, his life will be ruined. What chance will he have in the future?" Ramona angrily accused Gu Nianji. "And there's no evidence at all. What right do you have to say that my son killed your client? No evidence at all?" Gu Nianji snorted. "How do you know there's no evidence at all?" "Of course I know. My husband and I personally investigated this case." Ramona wiped the tears from her face, and a vicious glint flashed across her eyes. As a woman, she had risen to the position of senior inspector not entirely because of her husband's connections. Gu Nianji hated this kind of person the most. She sneered. There's no evidence at all because you and your husband destroyed all the evidence, right? Nonsense. Ramona took 2 steps back, her expression a bit panicked. There was no evidence to begin with. My son didn't kill her. With that, she hurriedly left the courtroom and refused all media interviews. Gu Nianji put on her large sunglasses and followed He Jichu out of the courthouse. There were even more media waiting at the courthouse, and when they saw them come out, they swarmed over even more. Microphones with recording equipment were handed to He Jichu. He also wore a large pair of sunglasses, which made his face look even more exquisite and mysterious. This was the second watch. A reminder for recommendation votes and monthly votes. P.S. Thank you all for your support. Thank you to the readers who discovered the plagiarized book. It feels so heartwarming. Oh, ___, oh. Chapter 603. He Jichu didn't say a word and didn't look at the reporters chasing after him. He walked to his luxurious business car as if there was no one else around. The reporters who had been squeezing in front of him were mesmerized by his aura and couldn't help parting to make a path for him. They watched as the 6-person legal team from the largest American law firm filed out and got into their car. After the car sped away, the reporters finally snapped back to reality and began frantically broadcasting the results of the day's trial. Unfortunately, audio and video recordings weren't allowed in the courtroom, so they could only use a few photos of the official trial issued by the court to accompany the news. By the time Gu Nianji and the others returned to the hotel, the German media was already reporting on the second trial of the case. Gu Nianji and the 4 American assistants watched TV in He Jichu's hotel suite and discussed the case at the same time. Watching He Jichu's handsome back as he strode to his business car, Gu Nianji sat on the sofa and cupped her cheeks as she smiled. Professor, he is famous in Germany now. He Jichu was indeed famous in Germany, but the Germans paid more attention to the largest American law firm behind He Jichu. Law firms usually didn't advertise publicly, so He Jichu being in the limelight this time could be considered a free large-scale advertisement for his law firm. The law firm originally had branches in Europe, but they were in England and France, not Germany. After the case appeared, the Germans became very familiar with the law firm, and the Americans who knew how to do business immediately decided to open a branch in Germany. Because He Jichu was a partner of the law firm and a symbolic figure for the Germans to familiarize themselves with the law firm, he was also appointed to preside over the opening of the German branch. He Jichu didn't need to do much of the trivial work. He only needed to oversee the general direction and sign important legal documents. As for the case they were trying, He Jichu made Gu Nianji the team leader, and the other 4 assistants became her subordinates. After the previous 2 trials, the 4 American assistants were impressed by Gu Nianji's abilities. Also, because the case involved a female student from the Huaxia Empire and was of the same language and ethnicity as Gu Nianji, it would be more sincere for her to be the main representative. It would also arouse the sympathy of the judge and the German public, so they unanimously supported Gu Nianji as the leader to win the case. When the Germans saw her, they would think of the pitiful and innocent victim who had died, and they could gain more sympathy. Although the law had its own logic, public pressure was also very important. It was impossible for a judge not to pay attention to public opinion, because a judge was also a human. To the 4 American assistants, as long as they won the lawsuit, they would receive the same benefits as Gu Nianji. Because in theory, they were all He Jichu's assistants, so He Jichu was the main person in charge. Gu Nianji was the leader of the team, but it was a different division of responsibilities within the team. It wouldn't affect their future resumes. Therefore, with everyone's support, Gu Nianji became the main force against the defense's lawyer in the trial. When she appeared in court the next day, Gu Nianji had tied her long hair into a bun at the back of her head and put on some light makeup. She looked more mature than when she wasn't wearing makeup, and her movements were full of confidence. She no longer looked like a young college girl. She stood next to He-ji-chu, her cold expression almost identical to his. "I can tell that you're Mr. He's student." One of the assistants teased her. "Gu, you're such a good learner. You can even imitate Mr. He's expression perfectly." Gu Nianji touched her face and smiled. "Smith, you have bad eyesight. You said I look like him. Are you saying I'm not a woman, or that Professor he isn't a man?" The assistant named Smith froze for a moment before understanding. He was instantly defeated by Gu Nianji's incisiveness. His face ashened, he quickly glanced at He-ji-chu. He didn't expect He-ji-chu to be looking at them with a cold expression. "Oh my god. Gu, you've really screwed me over. Can't I just make a joke?" Smith moved closer to Gu Nianji and pointed at her with gritted teeth. He-ji-chu's expression darkened. He finally said, "Smith, you don't have to appear in court today. Go see how the branch is progressing and report to me tonight." He kicked Smith out of the trial with one sentence. Smith wanted to cry but had no tears. He knew he had gotten into trouble by talking too much. He could only pack his briefcase dejectedly and leave the Munich district court. He went to check on the progress of the new German branch. How could such a boring task compare to the excitement of a trial? He wasn't wrong. Today's trial was indeed exciting. This was the third trial. After 2 trials where the defendant changed lawyers and whether or not the defendant was judged as an adult, Gu Nianji and the prosecutor worked together to not only greatly reduce the opponent's arrogance, but they also conveniently blocked the loophole of the opponent's mentally retarded defense. Today, the third trial was about to enter the main topic of the case. However, they didn't know until they entered the courtroom that there was a new judge. The new judge was of a higher rank than the previous judge. His attitude toward the case was also very different from the previous judge. The male defendant, Seth, had a cold expression. His eyes were cold as he glared at Gu Nianji. When faced with the prosecutor's question, his new defense lawyer denied it flatly. "My client didn't see the victim on the day she died. My client met her the day before she died and had sex with her the day before." Gu Nianji couldn't help but sneer at this ridiculous answer. Although the male defendant, Seth, tried his best to appear innocent, his murky eyes betrayed his evil heart. The prosecutor confirmed again and again that the defendant's lawyer insisted that his client was innocent and that someone else had killed the victim, Li Haiqing. The prosecutor pursed his lips. He looked at the materials in his hands, then at the judge who was staring at him coldly. He also looked at the high-ranking police officers behind the defendant's stand. He was a bit discouraged. This case wasn't difficult at all. What was difficult was who had the guts to stand up against the entire police district and the judicial system for an ordinary, powerless foreigner. The police officer who had previously performed the DNA test had already been charged by the prosecutor due to procedural issues because he had foiled the plans of some high-ranking police officers and couldn't get their children off the hook. Gu Nianji watched as the prosecutor didn't refute the defendant's lawyer's ridiculous answer for a long time. He actually shriveled up and was puzzled. This case wasn't difficult. Based on the material she had seen, it was obvious that the defendant and his lawyer were lying. Why didn't the prosecutor fight back? After a while, the relieved judge announced a 15-minute recess. After 15 minutes, if the prosecutor and the victim's lawyer didn't have new evidence, a preliminary verdict would be made. In that case, the defendant was likely to be acquitted due to lack of evidence. Gu Nianji didn't understand. She straightened up and asked He-ji-chu quietly, "Professor He, what's going on?" He-ji-chu knew more about things beyond the law than Gu Nianji. He said coldly, "These people should have already taken control of the entire judicial system. The prosecutor doesn't dare to argue with them anymore." Gu Nianji's eyes widened in shock. There wasn't a trace of impurity in her clear black and white eyes. She asked blankly, "Why? How dare they? This was a matter of life and death." A foreigner. Why wouldn't they dare? They even dare to do it to their own people. It's just that the cost is higher. The corners of Hijichu's mouth twitched. But this time, they've kicked an iron plate. Gu Nianji took a deep breath and patted her chest. Thank you for your support, Professor He. I'll go ask the prosecutor and then let me do it. Hijichu looked at her quietly for a while. Aren't you afraid? Afraid? Why should I be afraid of these sneaky people? I believe that evil can't prevail over good. I don't believe that they can really hide the truth from the masses. I believe that heaven's net has long arms, but nothing escapes. You'll have to pay for what you've done sooner or later. Okay, then go ahead and try. Hijichu looked down. The key to this case is the transactions behind the scenes. The evidence in front of the courtroom is actually very sufficient, but the collusion within the judicial system here is too rampant. Ha! Gu Nianji only said one word before getting up to look for the prosecutor. In just a short while, the prosecutor was almost nowhere to be seen. Gu Nianji asked several people before finding him on the rooftop of the courthouse. Seeing his lonely figure standing on the rooftop, Gu Nianji suddenly understood what Hijichu was saying. This prosecutor must be under a lot of pressure, right? He was afraid that after the case was over, he would be attacked and retaliated from within the system, right? After all, the murderer was the son of the head of their department. He didn't have the sharpness of the previous 2 times. He was almost completely subdued in front of the defense lawyer and didn't dare to argue with him. Gu Nianji didn't want to ask him why. He had already tried his best. Why make things difficult for him? Gu Nianji had never been someone who would let others sacrifice themselves for her or others' benefit. She walked over slowly and coughed softly. The prosecutor turned around and saw it was Gu Nianji. He forced a smile at her and said quietly, "I'm sorry." Gu Nianji's eyes were a little wet. She raised her head and took a deep breath to swallow her tears. She said in a low voice, "If you don't mind, can you give me your information? I'll be the chief control officer later." "Are you sure?" The prosecutor gasped. "You're still young. I understand how you feel. When I was as young as you, I also had a strong sense of justice. But I'm already 50 years old this year and will soon be retiring. If I give it my all, I might lose my qualifications for public office forever, my pension, and spend the rest of my life in poverty." It was indeed the reason Hijichu had mentioned. This is the first update. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. P.S. Happy Queen's Day, girls. Chapter 604. As Gu Nianji lamented her lack of experience, she felt more respect for Hijichu. She said to the prosecutor, "I understand, and I don't blame you. I just hope you can give me the information. It's not illegal, and I'm also the victim's lawyer. I have the right to share the information with you." Although the prosecutor was afraid of retaliation from those people, he also had his own sense of justice. The psychological pressure of not being able to redress the grievances of the poor victim was no less than that of being threatened. Seeing that Gu Nianji only requested to share the information and that it was legally permitted, he agreed without hesitation. "I'll give it to you when we get back to court." He patted Gu Nianji's shoulder. "Work hard. The last chance is in your hands." Gu Nianji was very grateful. She followed the prosecutor back to the court and took a flash drive from him. "The information is all here, but it's all in German. You can use real-time software to translate it into English immediately. Although it's not very accurate, the general meaning shouldn't be wrong," the prosecutor secretly suggested to her. Gu Nianji agreed with a smile and returned to her seat. She passed the flash drive to Hijichu. "Professor He, this is the German information. Can you take a look? He Jichu took the flash drive and inserted it into the computer port to start browsing. There was a lot of information, and the prosecutor sorted out the key points. He Jichu quickly translated the summary of the case into English and summarized a few contradictions and suspicious points for Gu Nianji's reference. Gu Nianji also opened her laptop and silently connected to the Munich District Court's free Wi-Fi. Since the Munich and Roslau judicial systems were blatantly colluding with each other to obstruct justice, they couldn't blame her for taking drastic measures. She knew it was illegal to a certain extent. At least, it violated the court's rule that trials were not to be held in public. However, this violation had nothing to do with the case. Even if it was discovered in the end, it wouldn't affect the trial. Gu Nianji pursed her lips, her gaze determined. Her slender fingers flew across the laptop and opened a small software that she made. Using a heavily disguised IP address, she hacked into the court's central control system and connected to the court's video surveillance. At the same time, she shared the video surveillance with the court's official account on Germany's largest social media to broadcast the entire trial. In order to make the Germans realize how evil their elected judge and police chief were, Gu Nianji intentionally adjusted the angle of the surveillance cameras in the courtroom. The main part of the courtroom focused on the judge, the defendant's lawyer, and the male defendant, Seth. In the public gallery, it focused on Seth's stepfather, York, and mother, Ramona. She carefully left an angle in the courtroom that would not be captured by the cameras. When the time came, she would stand at this angle and take charge. Only her voice could be heard on the shared live stream, but her figure could not be seen. Soon, a live stream of the trial appeared on the official account of the Munich District Court. The Germans who were following the case were keenly aware of it. For a while, there was a surge of public sentiment on social media, and the server was almost overcrowded. The court's official social media account wasn't very active and didn't have many followers. This time, because of this famous case, they only gained a few followers. Therefore, the court didn't send anyone to manage the social media account. Only a part-time court clerk went there once a month. Therefore, when people discovered the live stream of the trial, the social media account gained 1,000 followers a second, but the Munich District Court didn't know anything about it. 15 minutes passed, and the smiling judge announced the start of the trial. He said eagerly, "If the defendant's lawyer and the plaintiff's lawyer have no further questions, I can announce." "Wait." Gu Nianji stood up and said calmly, "I have a question." The judge's expression darkened inch by inch. He stared at Gu Nianji. "What did you say? Please speak German." As expected, he was deliberately making things difficult. Gu Nianji raised a brow. No wonder the previous two trial judges who sympathized with the victim had been replaced. It turned out they had replaced a judge who was biased towards the defendant. Gu Nianji raised her voice and said in English, "According to your law, I can defend in English. Your court will have to assign an interpreter for me. We don't have an interpreter here." The judge spread his hands with a sullen expression. "You can either speak German or shut up and let me announce the outcome of the trial." When the judge said this, the court's official social media account exploded with the live stream of the trial. Countless Germans who were watching the live broadcast of the court trial felt as if 10,000 beasts were galloping in their hearts. How could this be? Wasn't this clearly not allowing the prosecution's lawyer to speak? Although German was supposed to be spoken in German courts, there was no rule against English. "You're saying you can't find an interpreter? Fine." At the same time, countless Germans with professional translation qualifications called the court and volunteered to be the German interpreter for the lawyer representing the victim, Li Haiqing's parents. The court staff quickly asked the judge who was in the middle of the trial if they needed an interpreter. The judge looked at them coldly and didn't dare ask a word. The judge continued to say to Gu Nianji, "Nothing else to say?" "Fine, I announce." "Wait." This time, it was He Ji-chu who stood up and spoke in German. "I'll be her German interpreter." His pure Hanover accent surprised the judge. The tens of thousands of Germans watching the live stream finally laughed. This was the first time they found themselves choosing to stand on the side of a foreigner in a conflict between a native and a foreigner. Gunyenji looked at He Ji-chu gratefully and immediately began her questioning. She first looked at the male defendant, Seth. "Mr. Seth, I want to ask you. Your lawyer said that you met the victim the day before she died and had sex with her. Is that true?" Seth narrowed his eyes at her and still didn't speak. Gunyenji turned to the defense lawyer. "May I ask if you have full authority to speak for your client, Seth? Is that correct?" "Of course, I'm his lawyer." "Don't tell me you don't even know what it means to be a lawyer who signed a contract." The defense lawyer mocked Gunyenji with an unfriendly look. "Yeah, it's good that you know." Gunyenji looked at the male defendant, Seth. "Mr. Seth, did you hear that? Everything your defense lawyer says later is on your behalf and has the full force of law." Gunyenji saw the confusion on Seth's shiny face and coughed lightly before continuing to explain. "So, you still plan on not saying a word? He's not you. Is his understanding of the case and yourself as profound as yours?" It was the second watch. Just a reminder, there were recommendation votes and monthly votes. Mwah. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 605. Deal with the chief prosecutor himself. Don't want a defense lawyer. Seth's heart skipped a beat, and he shifted uneasily in his seat. He instinctively looked at his parents in the gallery behind him. His stepfather, York, kept a straight face and slowly shook his head at him. Of course, he couldn't let him defend himself. He knew his stepson's personality very well. Gunyenji saw all of this and curled her lips into a small smile. She looked like she could deal with him easily. She understood Seth's personality and behavior. From the information, he was a selfish, narrow-minded, extreme, and impulsive person. He didn't have a high IQ, and his judgment was poor. However, he was strangely conceited and didn't trust anyone but himself. Otherwise, she wouldn't have set up such a trap to expose Seth's shortcomings in front of all of Germany and even the entire world. So she continued to say to Seth, "Are you asking for the opinion of your stepfather, who is also the chief of the Roslaw Regional Police Department? I still have to remind you that no matter what, you can't not say a word. If that's the case, why don't you answer the plaintiff's lawyer's questions yourself?" Seth wavered. He was indeed afraid of people saying the wrong thing. Although his parents said the new lawyer was very good and famous for being a rogue lawyer, what if he said the wrong thing? Also, he had said the wrong thing before. His mother had told him that it would be best to use mental illness to get him off the hook, but the lawyer had ruined it. Famous? That was all there was to it. He didn't want a criminal record, and he didn't want to spend the rest of his life in jail. Just as Seth was hesitating, Gunyenji said to the judge, "According to procedure, it is now our turn to cross-examine the defendant." "Your Honor, please allow it." The judge glared at Gunyenji and almost said no. But he remembered that there were people from the media sitting in the courtroom. Although York said he had already informed his friends from the media, he couldn't be too obvious. What if those people wrote nonsense? It was better to go through the necessary procedures first since it wouldn't affect his verdict. He nodded. "Defendant, please answer the plaintiff's lawyer's questions." The judge gave the order, so Seth had no choice but to go to the seat in front for questioning witnesses and suspects. Gunyenji clasped her hands behind her back and stood gracefully in the courtroom. Her small, bright face was like fine white jade, exquisite and moving. Seth glanced at Gunyenji and suddenly remembered the Huaxia female exchange student he had tortured to death multiple times. She also had a slender body, but she wasn't as pretty as this lawyer, and her skin wasn't as fair as hers. That kind of crystal-clear skin would definitely feel good to the touch. Just thinking about it made him hard. Seth's eyes were fixed on Gu Nianji's chest. Gu Nianji's women's Armani suit was very slim, accentuating her slim waist and accentuating her breasts. Seth's face was extremely annoying, and Gu Nianji was very angry. However, she knew that it was a live broadcast of the trial, and the more perverted Seth appeared, the easier it would be for him to attract hatred. So she ignored Seth's gaze and calmly began to ask her questions. Mr. Seth, may I ask where you were on the evening of May 11th a year ago, when the victim, Li Haiqing, went out for a jog and was attacked? I was sleeping in my apartment with my girlfriend, Nina. Seth's lips curled into a perverted smile as he looked at Nina, who was also the defendant's girlfriend. Nina bowed her head deeply and bent over so much that she was about to crawl under the table. Gu Nianji calmly continued her interrogation. Other than your girlfriend, is there anyone else who can testify? Seth thought about it for a minute and shook his head. No. That's too bad. Gu Nianji raised her finger and shook it. Your girlfriend is also the defendant in this case, so using her as your alibi has no legal effect at all. Seth's expression darkened, and a trace of anger appeared on his originally calm face. Why? Seth asked Gu Nianji with gritted teeth. Although I have no obligation to answer your questions, I can explain to you since you have always despised the law and order, so you don't continue to be ignorant of the law. Gu Nianji paused, and before the defense lawyer could object, she quickly said, because she could collude with you to cover up for each other's crimes. The defense lawyer was still a beat too slow and finally shouted, Objection. The plaintiff's lawyer is slandering my client. Objection sustained. Plaintiff's lawyer, please be careful with your words. The judge immediately warned Gu Nianji, and his biased expression was obvious. Gu Nianji shrugged. Your Honor, although I don't think it's slandering to say that the defendant is ignorant of the law, I can't help it if you insist on protecting the defendant's interests. How is it not slandering? The defense lawyer sneered and waved his arm fiercely. His body language showed that he was very agitated and angry, and this situation was very infectious for the court personnel. This isn't the first time you've said this. You said my client is mentally retarded and crazy. Now you're saying he's ignorant of the law. I'm sorry to say he's mentally retarded and crazy, but being ignorant of the law is the truth. Gu Nianji didn't care and continued, Defendant's lawyer, have you forgotten the definition of slandering? I can't sue you for slandering just because you quarrel with me. The defense lawyer was speechless. I'm the one suing you. How can it be you suing me? Gu Nianji spun around and looked at the people in the courtroom. The three elements to prove slandering are slandering, accusing the plaintiff, and publication. Even if the first two are true, the third one is not. As long as I didn't officially publish your client's statement that he's mentally retarded and crazy, slandering cannot be established and can't even be filed. As for being ignorant of the law, according to the basic principle of slandering, it must be a fiction. If it's an objective fact, then even if it causes harm to your client, it can't be considered slandering. Your client is ignorant of the law, and this is an objective fact, so I'm sorry to hurt his and your fragile pride, but I won't take back my words. You're being unreasonable. The defense lawyer sneered. It's not a slandering lawsuit, so why are you talking about all this nonsense? How do you know it's not a slandering lawsuit? Then who was the one who said I was slandering his client? Gu Nianji raised a brow and glanced at Seth. Even your client is better at talking than you are. The defense lawyer was also capable, but he had no conscience, so he was the only one who dared to take on this kind of lawsuit where the defendant had conclusive evidence. He relied on Seth's parents' influence to handle it casually because the outcome of the trial had already been communicated behind the scenes. He hadn't expected to run into a small lawyer who didn't fear power and kept going against them. The defense lawyer narrowed his eyes and thought to himself that he had to teach her a lesson. Otherwise, losing face was a small matter, but if he lost the case, he couldn't afford to offend Seth's parents. The judge's eyes narrowed at Gu Nianji's words. He wanted to refute her, but when he thought about the verdict he was about to make, he restrained himself. He looked down at the summary statement in front of him and pretended not to hear Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji smiled and turned to ask the male defendant, Seth, again, so on the evening of May 11th last year, what were you and your girlfriend doing? Seth shut his mouth and refused to say anything else. It won't do if you don't speak. If you don't speak, I'll assume you have no alibi that day, Gu Nianji said calmly. She took out a document and said loudly to the people in the courtroom, "This is Mr. Seth's statement when he turned himself in to the police." Seth froze. Gu Nianji took the statement and asked him, "Is this your signature?" Seth looked at it and nodded. "Yes. You said in the statement that you saw the victim, Li Haiqing, on May 10th, the day before she died, and that you had sex with her. It wasn't the day she was attacked and died of an unnatural cause." "Yes, it was the day before. We had sex." A strange smile appeared on Seth's face. He looked at Gu Nianji and his fingers trembled. Gu Nianji's expression turned serious as she took out a forensic report. "Mr. Seth, since you said you had sex with the victim the day before, why was there still your *** on her body and clothes when she died? Even if you didn't shower for a night and there were traces on your body, who would wear clothes full of *** and go jogging in the same clothes the next day?" He had overlooked this point. Seth's eyes flickered as he stammered. "Who knows? Maybe it was her eccentricity." "Eccentricity my ass. Are you stupid, or do you think we're all stupid?" Gu Nianji felt that his excuse was ridiculous and insulting everyone's intelligence. Objection. The plaintiff's lawyer is insulting my client again and making a personal attack. The defendant's lawyer stood up and glared at Gu Nianji. The judge was expressionless and said to Gu Nianji, "Plaintiff's lawyer, please watch your words. This is the third time." Gu Nianji chuckled and spread her hands. "Your Honor, I was making a reasonable inference." "Of course, if you and the defendant's lawyer believe that a reasonable inference is not allowed, then what's the point of us arguing so hard?" The judge hung his head uncomfortably and laughed dryly. "As long as it's a reasonable inference, of course it's allowed. Then I inferred from the defendant's ridiculous words that he thinks we're stupid. Is that not allowed? Or do you and the defendant's lawyer think it's normal to go jogging in clothes full of *** the next day?" The defendant's lawyer and the judge both shut up. He Jichu continued to translate for her from the side. His cool and emotionless voice complemented Gu Nianji's forceful debate and was surprisingly effective. At least the countless Germans watching the live broadcast of the trial were completely convinced. Gu Nianji picked up another document and said, "The victim, Li Haiqing, disappeared on the evening of May 11th last year when she went jogging. Later, her roommate called the police, and 2 days later, her naked body was found in the woods behind Seth's building. Her clothes were only found after the police rummaged through 50 tons of trash." This was the first update. A reminder to everyone for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. There would be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 606. After the police filed the case, the police officer who did the DNA testing was sued by the local prosecutor's office because he announced to the media that the defendant's DNA was found on the clothes and the victim's body. They said that he violated procedural justice by announcing the DNA results ahead of time. And everyone should remember that when the case was first filed and the defendant had just turned himself in, there was another prosecutor who used the defendant's side of the story and violated professional ethics and judicial principles. He immediately held a press conference to say that the victim had initiated a threesome with the defendant and had suffocated to death after going too far. I can also let everyone know that the prosecutor who held a press conference to say that the victim was a willing threesome was not sued by the prosecutor's office for violating procedural justice. Instead, he was promoted. One announced the truth and became a defendant, while the other falsified information and was promoted. How harmonious! Of these two people, one released correct information to the public, but was accused of violating procedural justice. The other released false information and intentionally misled the public, but was promoted and made a fortune. What does this mean? Gu Nianji's gaze fell on Seth's parents sitting in the courtroom. This means that this originally simple case was obstructed by internal police and became what it is today. Objection. The defendant's lawyer was furious and waved his fist at Gu Nianji. You have no evidence to say that the police obstructed internal police. Your accusation is very serious, I'm telling you. I don't need you to tell me. Gu Nianji calmly took out the information that the prosecutor had given her. According to the police department's own records, the day before Seth turned himself in, his parents drove to his residence to clean up and took away more than 10 bags of trash. At the time, the building that Seth lived in had already been designated as a key inspection area by the police department, and nothing was allowed to be moved. However, Seth's parents used their privileges to openly enter and interfere with the handling of evidence. Can I reasonably infer that the defendant's parents had already removed and destroyed all direct evidence? All of this was written on the flash drive that the prosecutor had given Gu Nianji. In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound, Gu Nianji spilled the beans. He Jichu was impartial and translated it all into German for her. The Germans watching the live broadcast of the trial were in an uproar. What? There's such a thing. That's too evil. Not only were the people in the courtroom stunned, but all the Germans watching the live broadcast were also stunned. Many of them were locals of the Rollercoasters region and knew that the local government was very shady. However, this level of shoddiness was still beyond what most people could accept. They all knew that there was a problem with their legal system, but they didn't expect it to be this big. This kind of unscrupulous trampling of justice actually happened inside their courts and police stations. What justice was there to speak of? The defense lawyer didn't expect Gu Nianji to be so daring. His face was stern as he repeatedly objected and kept saying that what Gu Nianji said had nothing to do with the case. The judge panicked a little and hurriedly said, "Plaintiff's lawyer, don't say anything unrelated to the case. If you continue, I'll disqualify you as a lawyer." Gu Nianji laughed coldly. "Your Honor, I originally thought that you had ill intentions towards us. It was just my imagination. Now I realize that it really wasn't an illusion. You mean us harm. How can a judge who has ill intentions towards us conduct a fair trial? Also, I obtained my lawyer's license from the United States and the Xia Empire, not Germany. You have no right to disqualify me." The judge froze and scowled. He finally realized that Gu Nianji wasn't a local lawyer but a lawyer from a major American law firm. His heart pounded. He didn't expect the plaintiff's lawyer to also know about this. If this continued, it would be even more difficult for him to insist that the defendant was not guilty. However, Seth's stepfather, York, was not only the chief of the local police station, but also a member of the Rollercoasters City Council and the leader of the local Democratic Party. This kind of power wasn't something a district judge like him could shake. Also, they had promised him benefits. After this case was over, York would use his party's power to support him in running for office. On one side was a bright future, and on the other was an insignificant case of a foreign female student's death. The judge didn't even need to think about which side to tilt the scales. The judge pursed his lips and stared at Gu Nianji. He frowned and thought for a while. Since there was no direct evidence, he didn't care how glib Gu Nianji was. When the time came, he just had to grit his teeth and would rather let a real criminal go than convict him without direct evidence. Seeing the judge's nonchalant expression, Gu Nianji knew that these people must have already reached an agreement in private. Today's trial was just a formality. She couldn't help but sneer. Trying to manipulate the case. Dream on. The judge slammed his gavel on the table to warn Gu Nianji. Plaintiff's lawyer, don't change the subject. May I ask if you have any more direct evidence? If not, we'll have to conclude our statement. He repeatedly emphasized that there was no need to talk about reasoning. Courts were all about evidence, and without evidence, especially direct evidence, reasoning was useless. Gu Nianji was now completely certain that the judge was in cahoots with the defendant's parents. She finally understood the helplessness of the prosecutor who had just stepped down. He truly didn't dare go against them. Even if he had the most direct evidence, he didn't dare take it out in court. Or rather, he didn't dare take it out. In that instant, Gu Nianji decided to treat the evidence as if she had collected it herself and let the kind prosecutor off the hook. She wasn't German anyway, so she wasn't afraid of scum like York taking revenge. If they wanted to reach into the Xia Empire or the United States to take revenge on her, Wu Shao and Professor he would teach them a lesson. Gu Nianji's anxious and restless heart completely calmed down when she thought of that. She turned around to look at He Zhichu. He Zhichu understood what she meant and nodded at her to let her do it. Gu Nianji closed her eyes and turned to the judge resolutely. Your Honor, I have direct evidence to prove that Seth's parents obstructed and interfered with justice. I also have direct evidence to prove that Seth and his girlfriend lied. They met the victim, Li Haiqing, a few hours before she was murdered, and not the day before as they claimed. The judge's mouth fell open, and his gaze involuntarily shot to York, who was sitting behind the defendant's stand. York was Seth's stepfather and the most powerful person in the Rollercoasters area. His heart also skipped a beat. He had already packed everything that needed to be packed, so how could there still be direct evidence? It was the second watch. A reminder, recommendation votes and monthly votes. Mwah. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 607. The direct evidence Gu Nianji had obtained from the prosecutor was the surveillance footage of an antique store across the street from Seth's apartment. The evidence was so important that the righteous officers in the Rollercoasters police department had a tacit understanding and didn't mention it to their superiors, York and Ramona. That was why they didn't know about the existence of the evidence until now. The surveillance footage was originally used by the antique store to protect its own store, but it happened to include the area in front of the apartment building across the street. Seth's head jerked up and he looked at Gu Nianji in horror. Gradually, a cruel glint flashed across his eyes as he slowly lowered his head and licked his dry lips with his scarlet tongue. The judge and the defendant's stepfather, York, felt their hearts sink. When did they get this evidence? How did they not know about it? The defendant's lawyer paled but immediately stood up to ask, "May I ask where the plaintiff's lawyer obtained this evidence? Why wasn't it reported to the court before?" Gu Nianji had already saved the surveillance footage onto her laptop from the flash drive the prosecutor had given her. She had also uploaded it to the Xia Empire's cloud backup, so she wasn't afraid of anyone deleting it. She replied calmly, "Of course it was the surveillance footage from the antique store. What else do you think? As for why it wasn't reported, we only just obtained this footage." The defendant's lawyer was bewildered and couldn't help turning to look at York. York nodded at him expressionlessly. The defendant's lawyer had an idea and said to Gu Nianji, "What surveillance footage? We have to show it to the court to know if it's real or fake. If it's a fake, then let's play it in court." Gu Nianji generously raised her laptop. "If the court doesn't have the equipment to play it, I can use my laptop to show it to you." How could the court not have the equipment to play it? The judge looked at Gu Nianji for a while before saying, "You can connect it to the big screen in court." Gu Nianji and the court staff connected their computers to the big screen in court. Soon, the scene in front of Seth's apartment building appeared on the big screen. The footage showed the time of May 11th last year at around 5 in the afternoon, which was when the victim, Li Hai-ching, disappeared. The female defendant, Nina, let out a low howl and collapsed on the table to cry. Her image appeared on the surveillance camera. She walked out of Seth's apartment building and circled the door a few times. At that moment, a petite and pretty Chinese female exchange student jogged over in beige sportswear and entered the range of the surveillance camera. It was the victim, Li Hai-ching. Nina quickly walked over and called out to Li Hai-ching. Li Hai-ching stopped, and the two of them seemed to be talking about something. Then, Nina practically pulled Li Hai-ching's arm into Seth's apartment. Gu Nianji pressed the pause button and didn't ask the male defendant Seth. Instead, she asked the female defendant Nina, were you with Seth on May 11th last year? Nina nodded expressionlessly. The evidence was conclusive, and she could not hold on any longer. May 11th last year, the day Li Hai-ching was killed. Why did you stop her? Before Nina could answer, Seth suddenly yelled, she volunteered to have a threesome with us. You're meddling too much. Gu Nianji wasn't angry. She replied with an "oh" and asked Seth in return, then which day was it voluntary? Do you want to think about it again? Was it the 10th or the 11th? Seth's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Gu Nianji, unable to speak for a long time. You're not going to say anything. This surveillance camera isn't fake, right? The day you saw the victim, Li Hai-ching, was clearly May 11th, Gu Nianji pointed at the temporary image on the big screen. Seth was still stubborn and said, what's the difference between the 10th and the 11th? Can I remember wrongly? She volunteered anyway. We didn't force her. Also, she was clearly fine when she left. Who knows what happened after that? Gu Nianji nodded. Okay, the first point of doubt is that you did indeed see the victim on the day of her death. This proves that you were lying before. I remembered wrongly. I remembered wrongly. How is that a lie? Seth almost roared. Gu Nianji glanced at him coldly and turned to look at the judge. The defendant is shouting in court, and Your Honor is not going to do anything. Only then did the judge reluctantly say to Seth, defendant, please control your emotions. I will not allow you to frame a good person. Yes, we will never let a bad person go. Gu Nianji followed up and almost made Seth jump again. The defense lawyer quickly came over to calm him down, but he still glared at Gu Nianji with hatred. Gu Nianji wasn't afraid of him at all and said, you said she willingly had sex with you and then left. But I went through the surveillance footage of this antique shop from that day until now, and I didn't see any images of Li Hai-ching leaving your house. May I ask how she left your house? Did she fly out? Or did she jump out of your window? Seth panicked and quickly said, she jumped out. She jumped out of her own accord. Li Hai-ching's body was found in the woods behind Seth's apartment building, facing the back window of Seth's house. You live on the 3rd floor. Did she jump from the 3rd floor? That's amazing. Gu Nianji said meaningfully and opened the video again. She said to Seth's parents sitting in the courtroom, and you too, I'll ask you again. Did you go to Seth's house to help him destroy the evidence? Oh, no, I should say, clean up. Seth's stepfather, York, was livid, and his hands began to tremble. Gu Nianji quietly looked at York, the male defendant's stepfather. She didn't speak or retreat. This person was the root cause of the difficulty of the entire case. He had absolute power in the area where the crime occurred, and in the words of the Huaxia imperial bureaucracy, he was the head of the local public security, prosecution, and justice department. He was also the leader of the local Democratic Party and a representative of the People's Congress. This man was quite hard-working for his stepson. Gu Nianji secretly cursed him. If Seth was his biological son, he would probably have forcefully closed the case long ago. York also looked at Gu Nianji, and in that instant, he actually calmed down. This female lawyer looked quite brave, probably because she was a foreigner and thought he couldn't do anything to her. That was why she dared to speak and do what she wanted. The corners of York's mouth twitched. He looked down and looked away, no longer meeting Gu Nianji's gaze. Gu Nianji smiled faintly and focused her attention on the female defendant, Nina. She could tell that Nina was about to break down. She was the only way to get the entire truth of the case. Gu Nianji walked to her and began to ask, "Nina, what did you say to the victim, Li Haiqing, that day that made her follow you into the apartment? Why did you ask her to enter the apartment?" Nina hugged her head with both hands and wailed. She finally spilled the beans. Pointing at Seth, she said loudly, "It was him. He kept saying that I couldn't satisfy him. He wanted to break up with me. Unless I found another woman to have a threesome with him." "Find another woman? You found the victim, Li Haiqing. When did you meet her?" Gu Nianji was also nervous, but she still asked calmly. She could hear the sound of her blood gurgling in her ears. It made her excited and agitated. Now was the time to face the truth. "Shut up!" Seth roared at Nina and brandished his fists to threaten her. Nina also yelled at him, "You bastard! You wanted my cousin to have a threesome with you. My cousin agreed first, but then she rejected. She didn't come that day, so you beat me up and forced me to find another woman. Otherwise, we would break up. I was confused and went downstairs to look for someone. I happened to see Li coming over, so I said I had something to do and asked her for help. She followed me in. And then..." Gu Nianji pressed. Nina began to dodge. Gu Nianji composed herself and said, "Even if you're guilty, you'll at most be an accomplice. If you can expose the real murderer, I'll help you plead with the judge and jury." Nina took a deep breath as if she had found hope. She said. She knew she was tricked the moment she came in and wanted to run. Then Nina pointed at Seth. "He beat her up. It hurts so much. I'm most afraid of him hitting me." Nina curled up as if remembering the days when she was beaten by Seth. "What else?" Gu Nianji asked again, hoping Nina would spill everything in one go. But that girl didn't seem to be afraid of pain and fought back with all her might. Nina murmured. Her gaze was blank as if she was reminiscing. Seth was so angry that he had no choice but to use all his strength to beat her until she fainted. Then he raped her. How many times did he rape her? 5 or 6 times? Or 7 or 8? I can't remember. Nina lowered her head and her voice trailed off. Objection. The defense lawyer stood up again. Gu Nianji turned around and snapped at him, "Shut up. I'm still interrogating the defendant. Is that not allowed?" Her eyes flashed, and her angry aura was a bit frightening. The defense lawyer was stunned by her. He opened his mouth, then sat down and began to search for information. Nina saw Gu Nianji's anger and was encouraged by her. She wasn't so afraid of Seth's family anymore. She continued, "After he vented enough, he realized the girl was almost dead. I was terrified at the time. Seth said to dump her here and come back when she was dead. That way, he would have an alibi. But 3 hours later, when we came back and found she wasn't dead, Seth threw her out the window." Gu Nianji nodded and added, "Seth's apartment is on the 3rd floor. She was thrown out from the 3rd floor." Then Gu Nianji took out the autopsy report from the medical examiner. This autopsy report states that Li Haiqing's death was caused by a brutal beating that resulted in fractures and massive bleeding. The soft tissues under her skin broke down into free fat, causing lung blockage and cerebral hypoxia. That was the true cause of her death. This is the first update. A reminder to everyone for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 608. In other words, Li Haiqing had been beaten to death. The courtroom was silent, and even Seth had regained his composure with a blank expression. Gu Nianji looked at everyone in the courtroom and turned to the defense lawyer. I'll play another surveillance video. This time, the time of the video was early in the morning on May 15th. A pickup stopped in front of Seth's apartment, and a man and a woman got out of the car. It was Seth's mother, Ramona, and stepfather, York. They entered the apartment building that had already been designated as a key investigation area by the police. Then Gu Nianji fast-forwarded the surveillance video, and when it started playing normally, it showed that it was already evening. After spending almost the entire day in Seth's apartment, York and Ramona finally came out. The two of them carried a lot of black garbage bags out of the apartment building one by one and threw them into the trunk of the pickup. Finally, the pickup disappeared into the night. Gu Nianji stopped the surveillance video and looked at the ashen-faced York and Ramona. She asked again, "Didn't you say that you never went to Seth's apartment again after the case was filed? Then what about the 15th of May? The case was filed on May 13th, and Seth's apartment building was designated as a key investigation area. Nothing was allowed to be moved, but you stayed in Seth's apartment for an entire day on May 15th, from morning to night." Gu Nianji looked at Seth and asked, "Seth, how dirty is your apartment that your high-ranking police parents had to personally clean it for an entire day?" Large beads of sweat formed on Seth's forehead as he stared at the big screen in shock. He was furious. What the F***ck? How could something like this exist? He looked at his mother and stepfather for help. His mother, Ramona, looked at him with tears in her eyes, but his stepfather's face was livid and he didn't say a word. Gu Nianji also didn't say anything and quietly watched the family's performance. Since the trial was being broadcasted, Gu Nianji was certain that all of Germany was probably watching it. She was just a bit confused as to why the court hadn't realized that the trial was being broadcasted. Because she was worried that they would delete it quickly, Gu Nianji had specially changed the password when she hacked into their official account. That way, even if they wanted to delete it, they would have to spend some effort to crack the password and log in. As expected, more and more people were watching the video on German social media. It was the first time that the Germans had found their country's judicial system so twisted. Wasn't the democratic election supposed to be able to elect scum? How did York, who was like a gang leader, get elected as a councilman again and again? How did he become the leader of the Democratic Party? Everyone in the courtroom was shocked by the surveillance footage that had just been played. Countless gazes moved between York and Ramona. Gu Nianji gave them enough time before asking, "Mr. York, Ms. Ramona, may I ask where you threw the bags of things you took from Seth's apartment?" Of course, York and Ramona shut their mouths like clamshells and didn't say a word to Gu Nianji. They weren't defendants or witnesses, so they could choose not to answer Gu Nianji's questions. However, when Gu Nianji asked them a question, she had no intention of letting them answer. What she needed to do was to expose this couple, who were full of lies, in front of the public, so that they would not be able to trample on judicial justice any further. Therefore, their silence was exactly what Gu Nianji wanted. In the eyes of the people who were following the live broadcast of the trial, the couple was feeling guilty and didn't dare to say a word. "Your Honor, the direct evidence we have now shows that Seth and Nina were the last two people the victim, Li Haiqing, saw before she died. Also, Nina's testimony matches the autopsy results, so there is reason to believe that she is telling the truth. It proves that Seth is guilty of torture, rape, first-degree murder, and second-degree murder. Nina is guilty of second-degree murder and assisting in rape. Furthermore, Roselau Regional Police Chief York and Senior Superintendent Ramona obstructed justice and deliberately destroyed important evidence related to this case. Your Honor, please sentence them severely and punish the culprits. Gu Nianji began to conclude her statement. At that moment, the defendant's lawyer, who had been badly battered by Gu Nianji's rebuttal, suddenly discovered a law that could completely defend against the direct evidence Gu Nianji had found. Objection. The defendant's lawyer immediately stood up. The surveillance footage of the antique store obtained by the plaintiff's lawyer included the area across from the store. This is an illegal act that violates the personal rights of passers-by, so it cannot be used as evidence against my client. As soon as he said that, York, Ramona, and the judge all sighed in relief. The judge was all smiles and was about to accept the defendant's lawyer's opinion and announce that the direct evidence was not accepted when Gu Nianji immediately thought of a counterattack. She clearly said, according to German criminal law, surveillance footage has priority over the personal rights of passers-by in a criminal case. In other words, for a criminal case, even if the surveillance footage exceeded its legal surveillance range, because it recorded direct evidence of a vicious criminal case, it was no longer illegal evidence but legal direct evidence. York's face darkened again. At that moment, he finally felt that he couldn't let Gu Nianji speak anymore. This female lawyer was truly too strong. He secretly gestured to the judge that they had agreed on. The judge understood and planned to sentence her according to their agreement. At that moment, the people from the Munich District Court finally discovered that their official social media account was broadcasting the trial live. In the courtroom, the judge raised his gavel and looked at the trial statement in front of him. It clearly said, "Due to lack of evidence, the defendant is acquitted." But before he could say anything, the courtroom door was pushed open with a bang. A person who looked like a clerk rushed into the courtroom and came to the judge's side to whisper a few words into his ear. The judge's face immediately darkened, and his hand holding the trial statement trembled slightly. His mouth opened and closed, but in the end, he didn't dare to say the blatant favoritism of the trial statement. He lowered his voice and said to the clerk, "What's the use of telling me? Hurry up and delete the trial live broadcast." The person was about to cry and had a bitter expression. "The account password was changed, so we can't log in for the time being. We're currently contacting the company that runs the social media app and asking them to close our accounts, but they haven't replied yet." Of course, they wouldn't reply. The court trial live broadcast was the most popular video on all German social media and attracted countless new users and traffic. It was such a great opportunity. Even if they could interfere, they had to pretend they didn't know and let the video fly for a while longer. It was the second half of the night. A reminder for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Mwah. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 609. The judge trembled with anger and closed his eyes, his heart pounding like a drum. This was supposed to be a small matter. He had worked with York for many years and had handled all kinds of wrongful cases, but now, for the first time, he felt like his good days were coming to an end. The judge was confused and could only say, "Hurry up and solve the problem. Go now." The clerk left in a hurry, and the judge looked at the familiar courtroom. Although he tried his best to remain calm, his trembling hands betrayed his thoughts. He trembled as he fumbled for the gavel on the table and tried several times before finally grabbing it. He planned to end today's trial immediately. Gu Nianji was standing closer and eavesdropping. She knew they had finally discovered the live video of the trial. Gu Nianji felt like she had said everything she needed to say, and the German people knew what they needed to know. Now, it would be up to how the case would play out on social media and traditional German media. Without a doubt, foreigners like them had to use the power of public opinion to go against the high-ranking police officers in Roslau. Silence. Due to the new direct evidence in this case, the case will be adjourned for the time being. Court adjourned. The judge banged his gavel with trembling hands and left the room like he was fleeing. York and Ramona looked at each other and didn't understand why the judge had changed his mind. They had agreed to release Ramona's son, Seth, without charge today, and then they would quickly send him abroad to avoid the limelight. In the end, the judge didn't even announce the verdict and left. What had happened that they didn't know? As she stared at the judge's slightly hunched back, Gu Nianji was not in a good mood, especially after reading the information provided by the prosecutor, as well as the autopsy report from the medical examiner, as well as what the female defendant, Nina, had just said. It was like a boulder weighing heavily on her heart. Although they had won a complete victory this time, Gu Nianji didn't smile at all. She packed up her laptop and put on her large sunglasses. Walking between He Jichu and the 4 male assistants, she walked out of the courthouse with them. Once outside, oh my God! There was a sea of people outside. It seemed like all the media in Germany had come. The national television stations, local television stations, newspapers, magazines, online media, and especially the social media that live-streamed the trial, sent many reporters over to interview the plaintiff's lawyer, the defendant's lawyer, the plaintiff's parents, and all the relevant witnesses. Gu Nianji instinctively glanced at the plaintiff's parents. They were honest, ordinary people and had never seen such a big scene before. They were momentarily stunned. Professor He, let's get them out of here. Gu Nianji tugged at He Jichu's sleeve. He Jichu shook his head and said softly, we don't have to worry about it. Minister Bai sent someone to bring them over. They'll help them fend off the reporters. Sure enough, a few Chinese people who were also wearing sunglasses squeezed in and came to the victim's parents. They said to the reporters, thank you for your attention to this case. We hope that the German side can face up to the justice of their country, punish the suspects, and uphold justice for the dead. Gu Nianji felt a different kind of feeling when she heard it, even though it was a fairly standard speech. These people were obviously from the Huaxia Imperial Embassy in Germany. Of course, a diplomat's words were watertight and smoother than a lawyer's. Gu Nianji was relieved. The parents wouldn't be at a disadvantage if they followed these people. She followed He Jichu into the MPV without worry. Back at the hotel, Gu Nianji took a quick shower and changed her clothes. She met up with He Jichu and the others to go out for a celebration dinner. Although the case hadn't been concluded yet, the live broadcast of the trial today was enough to give those who wanted to manipulate the case a hard time. The 6 of them called the driver of the MPV to go to the 4-star Michelin restaurant that He Jichu and Gu Nianji had discovered for dinner. Gu Nianji loved the Bavarian white sausages there. She ate 4 in one go and was so full that her stomach was round. Delicious food had a soothing effect. Gu Nianji suddenly felt less depressed. They dined outdoors. The August night in Munich was quiet and crisp. Fireflies fluttered in the grass like little moving lanterns. The slightly intoxicating wind blew from the nearby Alps and Bavaria mountains, bringing with it the coolness of ancient glaciers. He Jichu and his male assistants were all drinking black draft beer. Only Gu Nianji held a cup of hazelnut cream coffee and a small piece of blueberry cheesecake in front of her. The scent of Bavarian roses flowed in the air. Everything was too good to be true. Gu Nianji discovered that she was getting drunk from the hazelnut cream coffee. He Jichu sat next to her at a comfortable distance. He wasn't looking at her but was listening to the conversation of the other 4 assistants. They drank and discussed the case. Smith, the assistant who had been sent by He Jichu to check on the preparations for the German branch of the law firm, regretted it so much that he didn't even look at Gu Nianji. He was afraid that if he looked at her, He Jichu would teach him a lesson again. He Jichu didn't eat much. He had a large glass of draft beer in front of him. He said to Gu Nianji, I'll be meeting with a few people from the German government in the next few days. I'll also be preparing for the establishment of the German branch of the law firm. What do you plan to do? Gu Nianji propped her head up with her hand as the cool night wind blew. Her entire body was slack from extreme nervousness. She was lazy and didn't have much energy. What would she do in the next few days when she didn't have to appear in court? She wanted to look for Hu Xiaoheng the most, but Germany was so big. How would she find him? Gu Nianji laughed bitterly on the inside but didn't dare to show it on her face. After thinking for a while, Gu Nianji said, "I'll rest first. I've been busy with court as soon as I arrived in Germany. I'm still jet-lagged. I've been drinking black coffee every day." He Zhichu nodded and snapped out of his daze. He asked her quietly, "Why are you so passionate about this case?" Gu Nianji was also confused. She twirled the hazelnut cream coffee in her hand and mumbled, "Actually, I don't know either." In the beginning, she had wanted to use this opportunity to come to Germany and see Hu Xiaoheng. But after she arrived, she realized it was almost impossible to find someone here, so she focused her attention on the case. In the end, the more she learned, the angrier she became. She even had an inexplicable feeling of empathy, so she completely devoted herself to the case. He Zhichu's shimmering, sultry eyes were especially gentle in the Munich night. He said gently, "As a lawyer, you just have to do your job seriously. Don't invest too much in your personal feelings. A successful lawyer doesn't need too much passion, but the highest degree of calmness. Otherwise, if you get too involved in your personal feelings, it will prevent you from making proper legal judgments. Think about the goddess of law. She's always as calm as a mountain. She'd rather cover her eyes and feel the scales in her hands, but she can't be swayed by emotions." Gu Nianji knew He Zhichu was teaching her. She accepted it sincerely and quietly took a sip of the hazelnut cream coffee. When the meal was finally over, the 4 American assistants were already drunk and lying on the floor. Luckily, they didn't have to drive themselves. The driver dropped them off at the hotel and glanced at Gu Nianji. "Miss Gu, everyone is praising you." The live broadcast of the trial was eventually deleted from the court's official account. However, someone had already saved the video and uploaded it to another account for everyone to watch. Gu Nianji never showed her face in the video, but everyone was familiar with her voice. Her standard Oxford English and He Zhichu's standard Hanover German left a deep impression on everyone. The driver had obviously also watched the live broadcast of the trial. Although Gu Nianji didn't appear in the video, he knew from her voice that she was the only female lawyer in the legal team. She looked delicate and slender, but he hadn't expected her words to be as sharp as knives in court. She made the famous rogue lawyer, the judge who tried to bluff his way through, and the arrogant York speechless. "Thank you." Gu Nianji nodded with a smile. "But it's not all my work. Our team is very good. They were the ones who came up with it. I was just following the script." Gu Nianji didn't want to take credit alone. In fact, the main credit should belong to the righteous police who quietly investigated. Although they didn't dare to step forward, they protected all the evidence well as the prosecutor and the procuratorate. Without their efforts to provide detailed and heavy evidence, she wouldn't have been able to convince everyone no matter how glib her tongue was. In the dark Rollercoasters region, it was because of these people that people felt that the night wasn't so dark yet, and that there was still hope for humanity. Gu Nianji was very grateful to the prosecutor for giving all the information to her. She was also grateful to the police in the Rollercoasters region who secretly hid the direct evidence. If they hadn't tacitly hidden it from the suspect's high-ranking police parents, the truth of the case wouldn't have come to light so easily. Gu Nianji raised her simple coffee cup to the starry night sky in Munich. To all those who uphold justice. There were too many crooks and honest people in the legal profession. Being so professional, if one went against their conscience, it was very easy to distort the truth. Fortunately, the public's awareness and knowledge level were constantly improving. The era of one person controlling the world with one hand was already over. Gu Nianji thought of Hu Xiaoheng. If he was by her side now, he would definitely be proud of her, right? Because she was helping him protect what he wanted to protect. While Gu Nianji was thinking about Hu Xiaoheng, she didn't know his current situation was very tense. Hu Xiaoheng was an extremely patient person. Although he was only 29 years old, he had walked on the edge of life and death for the past decade. He had fought against the most elite, the smartest, the most cunning, and the most vicious enemies from every country. Sitting in his rented apartment, Hu Xiaoheng very carefully removed the gauze to see how his injuries were healing. This was the first update. A reminder to everyone for their monthly votes and recommendation votes. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 610. Hu Xiaoheng's abdomen had suffered a minor injury from the explosion that night. Although it wasn't serious, it had worsened because he had planned to assassinate Sean. He had been recuperating in his apartment for the past 2 weeks. Because the wound had become infected, he had a high fever for a few days, but it wasn't to the point of losing consciousness. He definitely couldn't go to the hospital. He knew very well that American hospitals had the obligation to report injuries caused by gunshots, burns, and explosions to the police. Once he went to the hospital, his condition would be exposed. He couldn't let those people know that he was injured. Moreover, it wasn't a serious injury. When they went out on missions, they always brought special anti-inflammatory drugs made by the Special Operations Forces. Recuperating alone in his apartment and changing his dressing on time, his wound healed quickly. This time, he didn't need to wrap it up again after removing the gauze. He looked in the mirror and saw that there were a few more scars on his strong abdominal muscles. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't be able to see them. These injuries were nothing. He calmly threw the gauze into the stainless steel trash can and used a lighter to burn the gauze before flushing the ashes into the toilet. After cleaning everything up, he was a little tired and lay on the sofa to rest. One arm was draped over his forehead to cover his eyes. The sunlight coming in through the window was a little dazzling. He knew very well that for him and his comrades, if they failed the mission, there would only be one outcome: death. Their bodies would be destroyed, and not even their ashes would be found. His position was even more different. This was an industry where only success was allowed, not failure. This time, he was betrayed and fell into someone else's trap. It was his negligence. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and hid in the shadows to escape the enemy's pursuit. He even turned the tables and won himself a powerful ally. Half a month had passed since he had gotten rid of Sean. Hu Xiaoheng didn't make another move. Instead, he patiently waited in his high-end apartment in New Jersey to recuperate. Calculating the time, James had been the director of the CIA's Asian Intelligence Division for almost half a month. If he guessed correctly, James should have tried to contact him. Hu Xiaoheng tidied himself up and changed into a black Ralph Lauren polo, khaki slacks, large sunglasses, and a tennis bag. He drove the rented Mercedes-Benz SUV to Long Island, New York. He and James had agreed to meet at Tan Gairen's villa in Long Island, New York. He told Mr. Gu about it and also explained it to Tan Guiren. Of course, he had purposely given Tan Guiren this information and purposely didn't give her a way to contact him. That way, when James contacted Tan Guiren to look for him, Tan Guiren would definitely have to think of a way to deliver the letter to him. But without his contact information, she could only ask her parents back in the Empire. Hu Xiaoheng wanted to use this method to provoke the traitor who had betrayed him because he was certain that this traitor had something to do with the people who had instigated the Tans. If it wasn't for this person, the Tans wouldn't have tried so hard to get Hu Xiaoheng to personally come to New York to rescue them. As long as the person behind the Tan family surfaced, the traitor's whereabouts would not be far away. He waited for half a month so that this matter would have time to ferment in the country. However, if he didn't show himself, the other party would be anxious. The other party would make a stupid move and expose himself. It was the middle of August in New York, and the incandescent sunlight made people dizzy. As he drove along the seaside road in Long Island, Hu Xiaoheng cautiously observed his surroundings. There was a device in the car to detect radio surveillance equipment, but there was no response at all on the way here. He remembered that the last time he was here, there were still many CIA agents monitoring the Tans, both openly and secretly. He parked the car near the tennis court in the villa area and played a few rounds of indoor tennis. After observing the surroundings, he finally arrived at Tan Gairen's villa and rang the doorbell. A middle-aged woman in her 40s who looked like a maid walked over and asked, "May I ask who you are looking for?" "I'm looking for your mistress. Just tell her that Mr. Gu is here to visit." Hu Xiaoheng smiled slightly and knocked the tennis racket against his palm twice. Tan Gairen's heart skipped a beat when she heard Mr. Gu had arrived. She quickly put on her shoes and ran out. Seeing Hu Xiaoheng's tall figure standing in front of the iron gate, Tan Guiren suddenly felt her eyes moisten. Tan Guiren had been worried sick for the past half a month. She had contacted her parents in the Hua Xia Empire and asked them to find Hu Xiaoheng's contact information. In the end, they did find Hu Xiaoheng's phone number and email address, but no matter how she called or emailed, it was like a stone sinking into the ocean. She almost thought that Hu Xiaoheng was purposely avoiding her from now on. She hadn't expected him to finally appear. Tan Guiren quickly walked over and opened the iron gate. She said quietly, "You're here." A faint smile appeared on Hu Xiaoheng's calm face. "Miss Tan, sorry to disturb you." "You're welcome," Tan Guiren quickly said. "Come in quickly. I've been looking for you. But you haven't been here for a long time, and I didn't know your contact information. I was worried. Luckily, you're here again." Hu Xiaoheng greeted Tan Guiren with a smile at the door and said, "I came to play tennis with a friend and dropped by to see you. How are you? Is it safe to stay here? Why aren't you back in the Hua Xia Empire?" He then asked her, "Why are you looking for me?" His relaxed attitude finally calmed Tan Gairen's uneasy heart. She looked around and moved closer to Hu Xiaoheng. She whispered, "Someone sent a letter to Mr. Gu." Hu Xiaoheng knew it was probably from James. He nodded. "Can I trouble Miss Tan to show it to me?" "Come in. Are you in a hurry?" Tan Gairen's face was slightly red, and a few beads of sweat formed on the tip of her nose. Her porcelain face had a kind of touching delicacy, but unfortunately, the man in front of her didn't seem to be romantic. Hu Xiaoheng folded his hands behind his back and looked at the shady trees on the side of the road. "My friend is still waiting for me." "All right then." Tan Guiren was slightly disappointed. "I'll go get the letter for you." She handed the letter to Hu Xiaoheng. Tan Guiren, who usually didn't speak much, suddenly said, "Are you on a special mission?" Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. He looked up at Tan Guiren and said calmly, "Yes. Don't tell anyone else." The professionally trained Hu Xiaoheng knew that telling someone a secret and then asking them not to tell anyone else was the best way to spread that secret. What was a secret? What wasn't said was a secret. Anything that was said wasn't a secret, even if it was said to the tree hole. How did you know there wasn't a pair of ears on the other side of the tree hole? Tan Guiren felt a sacred sense of being entrusted. She clasped her hands in front of her chest and nodded very hard. "I definitely won't tell anyone. I swear on my life." Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. He lowered his eyes and quickly read James' letter. He was slightly surprised. This was probably James' proof of loyalty to him. It was the second watch. A reminder for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Mwah. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 611. James had subtly mentioned the location of the bugs and pinhole cameras at Tan Gairen's house. Hua Xiaoheng could go to Tan Gairen's house now and find those things or destroy them. Folding the letter and putting it back in the envelope, Hua Xiaoheng smiled at Tan Gairen. It's still early. I'm a bit thirsty. Oh, come on in. I'll make you some tea. Tan Gairen was excited. Hua Xiaoheng hadn't come in no matter how she invited him before, but he was willing to come in after reading the letter. Did he want to express his gratitude? Tan Gairen walked briskly beside Hua Xiaoheng. Hua. Mr. Gu, how should I address you? Hua Xiaoheng looked at the decorations in the yard as he felt the control of the radio detector in his headset. There was no radio interference or receiving equipment within a 5-mile radius. James had indeed cleaned the place very well. Hua Xiaoheng was slightly relieved. This time, he finally followed Tan Gairen into her house. Tan Gairen turned and ran back to her room, her steps staggering. Hua Xiaoheng's smile didn't change as he held a tennis racket in one hand and stood under the tree in front of the iron gate. The leaves rustled softly and made a small noise that mingled with the sound of the waves in the distance. This was what Tan Gairen saw when she came back with James' letter. Her heart pounded and she could hear her own heartbeat. Tan Gairen remembered that he had only been willing to stand at the door for a while before asking her for a favor. The past was still vivid in her mind. Coupled with the fact that they had been through life and death together, Tan Gairen, who was usually very distant with outsiders and didn't know how to socialize, found that she didn't feel distant with Hua Xiaoheng at all. It was as if she had known him for a long time. Meeting him for the first time was like returning an old friend. She personally made a cup of de hong pao and brought it over to him, placing it on the coffee table in front of Hua Xiaoheng. There was a pot of silver jasmine flowers and a small bronze Buddha statue on the transparent postmodern glass coffee table. Hua Xiaoheng nodded politely and picked it up to smell it. He smiled. This is de hong pao. It smells okay. Tan Gairen tilted her head and smiled, her long black hair flowing down like flowing water. You have great taste. Hua Xiaoheng put down the cup and stood up to walk around. He basically confirmed the locations of the bugs and pinhole cameras that James had indicated. He put his hand into his trouser pocket and pressed on his phone. A series of ringtones sounded. Taking out his phone and swiping it open, Hua Xiaoheng grunted and said to Tan Gairen, I'm sorry. My friend has been waiting anxiously. Oh. Tan Gairen was a bit disappointed. She thought she would be able to spend more time with Hua Xiaoheng, but she didn't urge him to stay. She politely said, then go ahead and do your work. Come back when you have time. My door is always open for you. Thank you. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and left with his tennis racket. Tan Gairen walked him to the door. She wanted to say something several times but stopped herself. Finally, when Hua Xiaoheng stepped out of the metal door, she called out, Can you give me your phone number? This way, if there's anything in the future, I can look for you directly. This was the first time Tan Gairen had ever asked a man for his number. In the past, it was always those men chasing after her to ask for her phone number. She was very annoyed. She didn't expect that the tables would turn. There would come a day when she would ask a man for his phone number. But she was doing it for business, to pass on his message, wasn't she? Tan Gairen tried to convince herself, but her heart was still pounding and her eyes were burning. Hua Xiaoheng turned to look at her with a smile. If there's anything, I'll look for Miss Tan. Goodbye. He left just like that without leaving her his number. Tan Gairen was a bit disappointed. She stood under the tree in front of the door and watched Hua Xiaoheng's receding figure until she couldn't see him anymore. Then she reluctantly turned to go home. A few days after Hua Xiaoheng left, James came to visit Tan Gairen's house again. He was now the director of the CIA's Asian Intelligence Division, and Tan Gairen was the only daughter of Tan Dongbang, the popular Hua Xia imperial prime minister candidate. She was in the United States, and as the director of the CIA's Asian Intelligence Division, it was his duty to visit her and monitor her. Therefore, he could visit Tan Guiren from time to time. This was his job and wouldn't arouse any suspicion. "Miss Tan, how are you living here? Is there anything we can help you with?" James asked politely. "If there's anything you need, please let us know." Tan Guiren quickly shook her head. "I'm living quite well here. It's safer than at school. But..." She hesitated. "The letter you asked me to pass on last time, oh. I'd have forgotten about it if you hadn't mentioned it." James smiled, but his eyes were glued to Tan Guiren's face. He wanted to see her true feelings from her expression and whether she was lying. Tan Guiren placed an unopened bottle of mineral water on the coffee table in front of James. "Please have a drink." She then said, "Mr. Gu has already taken the letter." James heaved a long sigh of relief. "May I ask when it was taken away? It seems like it's been a long time." "I don't even remember." "Yeah, it's been a long time. He never came, and I couldn't find him." Tan Guiren was very tactful. "This time, he only came to my house after 16 days. She remembered it so clearly. James looked at Tan Guiren in surprise and couldn't help but smile when he saw her hidden thoughts from the redness on her face. It looked like this mysterious Major General who also had a weakness. No wonder he had personally come to rescue her. It must be because this Miss Tan was no ordinary person. No wonder their people had chosen Tan Guiren as a hostage. It turned out that they knew about their relationship. And Hu Xiaoheng didn't stay with her after rescuing Tan Guiren. Instead, he tried his best to distance himself from her. From James' point of view, it was easy to understand. Because it was to protect Tan Guiren. If he loved her, he had to neglect her. That way, Tan Guiren would be safe. James thought about it from beginning to end, and the more he thought about it, the more he believed his analysis was reliable. He didn't expect Hu Xiaoheng or Tan Guiren to publicly admit their relationship, but from the clues, James felt like he had discovered the truth. He didn't touch the mineral water Tan Guiren placed in front of him and stood to shake her hand. "Thank you for your help, Miss Tan. From now on, I will come to Miss Tan's house for tea at this time every 3 days. If Mr. Gu is free, we can come together." Tan Guiren raised her brows in surprise. "You like tea too?" "Sorry about that." She didn't like coffee and only liked simple things like tea or plain water. She politely declined coffee and other beverages. James was a Westerner. Although Westerners also drank tea, it was different from the tea of the Xia Empire. She thought he wouldn't like tea from the Xia Empire. "I really like tea from the Xia Empire." James left after saying that. Tan Guiren memorized this message. However, Hu Xiaoheng didn't come again for a while. Until one evening, when the weather outside suddenly turned gloomy. Thunder rumbled and rolled over the sea. Dark clouds pressed down on the horizon, and the entire sky seemed like it was about to collapse. Although this scene looked scary, the people who lived by the sea had already turned a blind eye to it. Wasn't there going to be a hurricane? Why would people living by the sea be afraid of hurricanes? The people who were afraid had already moved away. So everyone continued to leisurely do their own things. The TV station had already predicted the approaching hurricane a few days ago. This time, it was named Isabella. The sea breeze grew stronger as Tan Guiren returned from outside in the nanny car driven by Sister Fen. She remotely opened the metal gate and drove the nanny car to the garage. The garage was connected to the main house, so they didn't have to worry about the rain after entering. In fact, as soon as they drove into the garage, the torrential rain brought by the hurricane came crashing down. The sky seemed to have been torn open, and the water from the Milky Way poured down. The raindrops were so heavy that they could practically smash a deep hole in the ground. Tan Guiren got out of the car and quickly entered the main house through the garage's small door. Sister Fan took out the food and groceries they had bought from the back of the nanny car. Because of the hurricane, people were worried about water and electricity outages, and traffic safety. Everyone was used to stocking up their fridges before the hurricane. Tan Guiren had just entered the house when she heard the video communicator on the living room wall start beeping. The other end of the communicator was outside the main door. Visitors usually communicated with the people in the main house through the video communicator before they could enter. She glanced at the video intercom and was stunned. Instinctively turning to look at the pouring rain outside, she rushed out without a second thought. Sister Fan had just carried a few large bags of food and groceries into the main house's living room when she saw that the living room door was wide open. The howling hurricane mixed with the torrential rain immediately soaked the living room's cashmere carpet. She could still see Tan Guiren running out of the house from the wide open door. Sister Fan was dumbfounded. She put down the food and groceries and hurriedly grabbed the big black umbrella she often used by the door and rushed out into the rain, shouting, "Miss! Miss! It's a storm! You need an umbrella!" Tan Guiren didn't hear anything. All she could see was the figure soaked in the rain in front of the metal gate not far away. She had actually seen Hua Xiaoheng standing outside the yard's metal gate in the video communicator. He must be completely soaked in such heavy rain. Tan Guiren ran to the yard's gate, panting. She quickly opened the metal gate and turned to say, "Come in. Why didn't you bring an umbrella in such heavy rain?" Hua Xiaoheng walked in with a tennis bag on his back and a tennis racket in his hand. He glanced at Tan Guiren and said, "Thank you." Tan Guiren actually hadn't brought an umbrella. She was already soaked from the rain in just a few steps. Her silk dress clung to her body, revealing the outline of her beautiful breasts, slim waist, and long legs. Her hair was also wet, and the rainwater flowed down her slender neck and into the shadow of her chest. At that moment, Sister Fan had already caught up with them with the big black umbrella. She quickly covered Tan Guiren while sneaking a peek at Hua Xiaoheng, who was also soaked. Hua Xiaoheng was still in his tennis attire and big sunglasses. He looked at Sister Fan's curious face and said, "Go in quickly. Your miss is soaked. I'm here to play tennis, and there's a storm. I'd like to borrow your place for shelter." This was the first update. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There would be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 6:12. It's fine, it's fine. Please come in, come in. The helper, Mrs. Fan, was very friendly. She held an umbrella for Tan Guiren as she ushered Hua Xiaoheng into the main house. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and quickly walked up the stairs to the main house. The door opened, and everyone filed in. The last helper, Mrs. Fan, closed the door behind her, and the raging hurricane was immediately blocked outside. The floor in the house was a bit wet, but the air was fresh and warm. It was a completely different world from the storm outside. Tan Guiren bit her lip and was a bit embarrassed. "Please have a seat. I'll go change." She then said to Mrs. Fan, "Pour this gentleman a cup of tea." She specifically instructed, "I want the Da Hong Pao over there." Mrs. Fan agreed and quickly said, "Miss, you should quickly change. You'll catch a cold wearing these wet clothes. I'll make a bowl of ginger soup for you." Tan Guiren nodded and quickly ran to her bedroom to change. Hua Xiaoheng was also wet, but he didn't sit down. He looked around and asked Mrs. Fan, "Where's the bathroom?" Mrs. Fan smiled and said, "This way." She brought him a large towel. "Sir, you have to change too. We don't have anything suitable for you here. We only have Mr. Tan's clothes. Would you like to change for now?" She was talking about Tan Dongbang's clothes, which was Tan Guiren's father's. This villa belonged to the Tans, so Tan Dongbang must have his own things here. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. No need. I have a change of clothes in my bag. I was going to a party after tennis today, so I brought a set. That's great. Mrs. Fan didn't insist. Help yourself. I'll go make some tea. Hua Xiaoheng used a device in the bathroom to confirm there were no bugs or pinhole cameras installed before quickly changing into the dry clothes in his bag. He had worn a tennis polo and khaki slacks when he came, but now he had changed into a dark blue Egyptian cotton non-ironing shirt and slim suit pants. He walked out of the bathroom and took off his sunglasses. Tan Guiren came out after changing and was looking around for him. She looked up to see a man walk out of the bathroom. He didn't make any unnecessary movements and only turned around to close the bathroom door. He still had a tennis bag on his arm. It was such a casual gesture, but it struck Tan Guiren's heart like an arrow. If the tall and imposing figure in the past had only been a blurry shadow in Tan Guiren's heart, then Hua Xiaoheng's current appearance had become an unforgettable presence in her heart. Hua Xiaoheng turned his head to look at her. His eyes were deep and dark, and she couldn't see what was in them. She only felt dizzy. She tried her best to steady herself and said in a trembling voice, "Hua. Mr. Gu." Hua Xiaoheng nodded casually. "Sorry to bother you. I'll leave when the rain stops." The wind and rain outside the window became even more violent. Raindrops smashed against the roof and windows, leaving long marks. There were street lamps under the big trees outside, and they were swaying left and right by the strong wind. Dense raindrops flashed in the flickering lights from time to time. The rain was really heavy. The hurricane by the sea was something even a warship couldn't resist. Tan Guiren wanted to ask him to stay, but her intuition told her that Hua Xiaoheng was a man of his word and wouldn't listen to her. She obediently agreed and turned to go to the living room. Hua Xiaoheng followed her to the living room and sat down. There was already a steaming cup of de Hong Pao tea on the coffee table. He held it up to blow on the steam and then lowered his head to take a sip. Tan Guiren sat on the sofa across from him and adjusted the hem of her dress nervously. She had just changed her clothes. The light blue silk dress from before was soaked through. She had changed into a burgundy top with 4/4 sleeves and a pinch at the waist, paired with a pair of cropped pants and black camellia Chanel slippers. Her legs were crossed and slanted in front of her. Her posture was so dignified that it could be included in the Encyclopedia of Western Etiquette. The living room was so quiet that it was awkward. At this time, Tan Guiren was the host, so she should take the initiative to talk to the guests. However, Tan Guiren had been well protected by her family since she was young and had only interacted with people in her own circle. Most of the time, she greeted them with a smile and didn't speak unless she had to, so she wasn't good with words. Usually when she was with her friends would take the initiative to start a conversation, and she only had to follow. Now that she had to start a conversation, it was worse than killing her. Hua Xiaoheng didn't bat an eyelid as if he didn't see Tan Guiren's awkwardness. However, it wasn't as if he didn't see the clothes she had carefully chosen. His eyes flashed as he asked casually, "Miss Tan, your father's election is coming up soon, right? Why isn't he going back yet?" Tan Guiren secretly heaved a sigh of relief and immediately said briskly, "The voting is in 2 months. But since something happened to me, the Huaxia Parliament agreed to give me some time to recuperate. I can go back after the election." According to the election law, a candidate's immediate family was supposed to return to the country 60 days before the election. However, Tan Guiren's kidnapping case happened, and the Huaxia Parliament didn't allow the Tans to use their daughter's incident to create hype. Moreover, the Bais also tacitly agreed, so the House of Representatives in charge of elections agreed to the Tan's request and allowed Tan Guiren to temporarily not return to the country. The Bais only had one condition. Since she had already violated the law by not returning to the country on time, she had to wait until the election results were out. The boys were worried that the Tans would suddenly cause trouble on the eve of the election and use their daughter's return to the country to create hype, so they suggested that she return after the election. Of course, the Tans weren't willing, but they couldn't stop Tan Guiren from leaving New York, so they could only give up. Now that Hu Xiaoheng asked, she definitely wouldn't say that she wasn't going back because he was here. In the beginning, she was only worried that he would be in danger after being mistaken as a kidnapper. She would never abandon her savior. Later on, she didn't know when it started to feel strange. When Hu Xiaoheng heard that the House of Representatives had approved it, he thought about it and understood. It must be a political exchange. He didn't ask further and gradually led the topic to the Tan's social relations. Miss Tan, your relatives and friends must be very worried that something so serious happened to you in the United States, right? Have they come to visit you? Tan Guiren thought about it very seriously and said, no. Most of our relatives are in the Huaxia Parliament. Very few are overseas, but they're still in Europe. Those in the United States all went back after finishing their studies or settled down in Europe. In the eyes of the Kais and the Tans, who were truly scholarly families with deep roots, the United States was a country established by the descendants of immigrants who couldn't make it in Europe, while Australia was a country that accommodated the criminals exiled by the British Empire. Neither of them were good places. It was the second watch. A reminder, recommendation votes and monthly votes. Mwah. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 6:13. The Tans and the Kais either wanted to stay in the Huaxia Empire wholeheartedly and felt that the Huaxia Empire was better than anywhere else, or they could only live in the more culturally rich European continent. Hu Xiaoheng looked thoughtfully at a large plum vase in the corner of the living room. It looked like it had at least 1,000 years of history and was definitely an antique. He just didn't know how it had been taken out. Tan Guiren followed Hu Xiaoheng's gaze and saw that he was interested in the plum vase. She quickly said, that was a gift from my distant aunt. My aunt's family settled in the United States a long time ago. She's one of the few relatives who have settled in the United States. Early. Yes, my distant aunt's great-grandfather went abroad in his generation. If I think about it, it should be at least 100 years. Hu Xiaoheng was relieved. It turned out that she had been taken abroad a long time ago. At that time, the country was in chaos. After the conversation ended, the living room fell into silence again. Tan Guiren mustered her courage and said to Hu Xiaoheng, I really have to thank you this time. If it wasn't for you, I definitely wouldn't be alive. Hu Xiaoheng tapped his knee lightly as if nothing had happened. He smiled and said, You're welcome. This is my job. But you have such a high status. You don't need to come here personally. I'm really sorry that I've put you in danger. Tan Guiren said anxiously. She stood up and bowed deeply to Hu Xiaoheng. Thank goodness you're fine. If anything had happened to you, I would have lived with guilt for the rest of my life. Miss Tan, you're exaggerating. Hu Xiaoheng shifted on the sofa without batting an eyelid. Actually, I just happened to have a mission here, so I came over. Really? Tan Guiren's eyes widened as she slowly sat down across from him. But my mother said that they specifically asked you to come here personally. He didn't say anything for a moment. After thinking for a moment, he said, I'm very surprised that your Mistress Hall thought of me. Actually, our country's special forces are all very outstanding. No matter who we send, they can complete the mission. Tan Guiren shook her head. It's different. You're different from them. That night, I asked you to save those 2 children. Only you went with me. They didn't go. Hu Xiaoheng froze for a moment and finally said bluntly, I'm just thinking about Miss Tan's safety. To be honest, those two children are not under my protection. But you still went. Tan Guiren smiled sweetly. And later, when you saved that little girl on Fifth Avenue, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's lips twitched. He looked out the window at the heavy rain and said, "It was just a coincidence." After he said that, Hu Xiaoheng suddenly thought that if Gu Nianji heard this, she would definitely shake her head in disbelief and say that he never did things he wasn't confident in. If that was the case, why would he be impulsive? His mind wandered for a moment as he stared at the fireplace in front of him. He only heard Tan Guiren talking, but he didn't pay attention to what she was saying. How could it be a coincidence? I'm not a fool. Not only will I use my eyes to see, I will also use my heart to see. Tan Guiren smiled like a flower and made a heart shape with her slender fingers in front of her chest. My mother's good friend recommended you to her. How could it be wrong? Oh. Your mom's friend recommended it. That's so surprising. Not many people in the Huaxia Empire know me. Hu Xiaoheng heard that Tan Guiren had finally gotten to the topic he wanted to hear and came back to his senses. He immediately asked without batting an eyelid. Really? I think so. Tan Guiren giggled. You didn't leave your contact information this time. I was worried that the gentleman's letter was urgent, so I specifically called the Huaxia Empire to ask my parents to help find your contact information, but they couldn't find it either. My mom even went to look for her good friend, but it turned out that he didn't know your contact information either. He then asked me what it was about. Then did you tell him? Hu Xiaoheng was a bit nervous, and his heartbeat sped up a little because if Tan Guiren told him, he would probably be able to find out who the traitor was and who was betraying him. He had gone around in circles and even exposed his identity in front of Tan Guiren, a girl with a one-track mind, just to force the person behind the scenes to come out and make them jump. Hu Xiaoheng originally thought that someone like Tan Guiren didn't know what confidentiality was and would definitely tell her family about it. That way, he would be able to follow the clues and find out who it was. In the end, Tan Guiren actually shook her head proudly. Of course not. I know you do important work, and I just felt that this letter must be very important. I would never tell anyone what was going on. I didn't even tell my mom when she asked me. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Hu Xiaoheng, her expression begging for praise. Hu Xiaoheng closed his eyes and suppressed a bitter smile and a mocking expression. Although it was difficult to talk to someone who had both IQ and EQ offline, it was better than facing a vicious enemy. Moreover, he had undergone professional training and was used to dealing with all kinds of people. He was more patient than most people. Hu Xiaoheng nodded. Thank you, Miss Tan. The two of them spoke for a while before a gust of wind blew in from outside, and the lights in the room suddenly went out. Tan Guiren let out a small scream. The helper, Sis Fun, ran out from the kitchen and shouted, "The power's out! The power's out!" The wind outside must have cut the line. Hu Xiaoheng stood up. In the darkness, his deep and magnetic voice had an indescribable charm. Tan Guiren's heart instantly calmed. Don't worry, Sis Fun. I remember there's a diesel generator at home. Let's go check the basement. Tan Guiren also stood up from the sofa and walked 2 steps forward. The room was too dark, and she forgot there was a small stool next to the sofa. She accidentally tripped and fell to the ground with a thud. Hu Xiaoheng's eyes had already adjusted to the darkness, and he also saw Tan Guiren trip over the stool. He stood to the side quietly and didn't reach out to help her up. When Tan Guiren was being held hostage by criminals, he would definitely save her because it was his duty. But she had fallen at home, so he had no obligation to help her up. It wasn't a fatal injury, so Hu Xiaoheng's expression was very calm. Tan Guiren lay on the ground for a while before sitting down to rub her foot softly. She rubbed her calf. Her ankle was a bit uncomfortable, and she didn't know if she had sprained it. When Sisfin heard the noise, she quickly took out her flashlight and shone it over. Miss? Hua Xiaoheng pointed at the sofa. Miss Tan tripped just now, but she's fine now. Sisfin rushed over, shouting and waving the flashlight in her hand. Miss? Are you okay? Hua Xiaoheng crossed his arms and said to Sisfin, where's the generator? I'll go take a look. It's in the basement. Go out this way, and there's a staircase that leads straight to the basement. Sisfin waved the flashlight in the direction of the staircase. Hua Xiaoheng bent down to take the flashlight from Sisfin and turned to walk in that direction. Sisfin froze, and Tan Guiren blushed even more. When Hua Xiaoheng bent down just now, she thought he was going to carry her up. Sisfin helped Tan Guiren up and said with some dissatisfaction, this gentleman is not gentlemanly at all. Miss, you fell to the ground, and he didn't even help you up. Tan Guiren forced a smile. It's not his fault. It's so dark that he couldn't see. That's true. Sisfin was only saying it casually, and seeing that Tan Guiren didn't care, she, an outsider, didn't need to care. Hua Xiaoheng took the flashlight to the basement and found the diesel generator in a small room. The main control room for the entire villa was also here, as well as the boiler for boiling water and the central control system for the air conditioner. Here was the main control system for the bugs and pinhole cameras that the CIA had installed. Of course, this was also what James had revealed to him. Because of the sudden power outage, the backup power for the main control system had been activated. Only a red light could be seen in the darkness, shining in the small room. Hua Xiaoheng looked at it expressionlessly, took out an insulating knife, and gently cut off the backup power wire. The red light disappeared instantly. This meant that all the bugs and pinhole cameras in the house had stopped working. Then Hua Xiaoheng bent down to start the diesel generator. Soon, the lights in the house came on, and the situation here became clearer. He looked around again before walking up from the basement. When he returned to the living room, Tan Guiren was still sitting on the sofa, rubbing her ankle. Only a small light was turned on, and the warm yellow light warmed the empty living room. The storm outside the window didn't seem to be as bad anymore. Hua Xiaoheng put the flashlight on the coffee table and said, when will the rain stop outside? Tan Guiren quickly turned on the TV to watch the weather report. On the TV, the weatherman in a raincoat was anxiously saying, Isabella is showing signs of escalating. The storm will last all night, so please be careful and don't go out. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Tan Guiren sneaked a peek at Hua Xiaoheng's calm face and secretly felt happy. However, she still appeared calm on the surface and said gently, Mr. Gu, why don't you stay here tonight? I have a lot of rooms. There are 3 guest rooms upstairs and 1 downstairs. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it and turned to look at the rain outside the window. As if he had made up his mind, he said, if the rain doesn't stop by 10 tonight, then I'll have to trouble you. It's fine. Tan Guiren was very enthusiastic and asked Hua Xiaoheng, it's getting late. Let's go for dinner. Sister Fan's Yangzhou food is amazing. The Tans were from the south, and Tan Guiren had grown up eating Yangzhou food made by the family chef. When she went abroad, she even brought a maid who knew how to cook Yangzhou food with her. Hua Xiaoheng didn't like the bland taste of Yangzhou food, but he didn't refuse. He nodded politely and said, thank you. For Hua Xiaoheng, when he appeared as the Major General in charge of the Special Operations Forces, he didn't eat food from outside. However, when he was on a mission and there were changes around him, he definitely couldn't do that. He had to eat and drink what he had to drink. Today's dinner was something he had planned a long time ago. This was the first update. A reminder to everyone about your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was Monday, especially with the recommendation votes. There would be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 6:14. Tan Guiren brought Hu Xiaoheng to the dining room to sit down. Because they were using a household diesel generator to generate electricity, they couldn't be as carefree as before when they had public electricity. Only a small light was turned on in the living room, and only the ceiling light was on in the dining room. On the long dining table were 4 appetizing dishes and 1 soup. They were all authentic Yangzhou cuisine. In the middle was a lotus-shaped soup bowl with a round, fist-sized lion's head and 2 green vegetables inside. The soup was very fragrant, and one could smell it when they were close. On each side was a plate of stir-fried shredded vegetables, a plate of fried shrimp, a plate of mushroom and vegetable hearts, and a bowl of mirror box tofu. Vegetables took up more than half of the dishes. Without hesitation, Tan Guiren scooped the only lion's head into Hu Xiaoheng's bowl. "Try this. It's Mrs. Fan's specialty." Mrs. Fan retreated after serving the dishes. She hadn't expected Hu Xiaoheng to stay for dinner, so she didn't make much, just enough for Tan Guiren. Yangzhou cuisine was about small portions and many plates, so a table full of dishes could be eaten in one bite. Hu Xiaoheng was no stranger to Yangzhou cuisine. His grandmother was from the south, and when she was alive, they had a chef who specialized in Huaiyang cuisine. And Yangzhou cuisine was only one branch of Huaiyang cuisine. He picked up some lion's head with his chopsticks and tasted it. It was okay, but not amazing. It was far worse than the Huaiyang chef he used to have at home. However, Hu Xiaoheng didn't say it out loud. He nodded lightly. Not bad. It was rare for Hu Xiaoheng to be complimented like this, and it was because he wanted to use Tan Guiren, so he couldn't bear to do it. Tan Guiren didn't mind. She smiled brightly and kept putting food into his bowl. Mrs. Fan saw that Hu Xiaoheng only gave her a slight compliment and was a bit annoyed that he didn't know what was good, but she didn't show it. She brought out their food baskets and went down to eat. Hu Xiaoheng and Tan Guiren chatted casually. Dinner took almost an hour, and it was almost 9 o'clock. Mrs. Fan put down their chopsticks and served them tea. Tan Guiren looked out the window to see that the rain hadn't stopped. It looked like Hu Xiaoheng wouldn't be leaving tonight. Tan Guiren suppressed her happiness and left the dining room to help Hu Xiaoheng decorate his room. Hu Xiaoheng chose a guest room on the first floor. Tan Guiren and Sister Fan both lived on the second floor, which was more convenient. Although Tan Guiren would have preferred Hu Xiaoheng to stay in the guest room on the second floor, Hu Xiaoheng had chosen the first floor. She did not want to go against his words at all. He had such an imposing manner. After 10 o'clock, the electricity still did not come. The diesel generator at home was not very functional. It lasted for 2 hours and was about to run out of gas. They had to save some oil for tomorrow. Thus, the 3 of them said goodnight and went back to their rooms to sleep. At midnight, Hu Xiaoheng opened his eyes and quietly got up. He slipped out of his room in a black t-shirt, a pair of black trousers, and a pair of socks. First, he went to the living room to look for the bugs and pinhole cameras installed there. There was a picture frame above the fireplace in the living room. On the back of the picture frame were 4 black button-like buttons. They were originally used to prevent the picture from falling out, but one of the black buttons had been replaced with a bug. Hu Xiaoheng reached out to touch it and pulled the bug button off. Coming out of the living room, he followed the pitch-black hallway to the dining room he had just stayed in. A paper lotus chandelier hung from the ceiling of the dining room. The threads above the lampshade were very thick, and there were also some small threads hanging from the lampshade. And among those small threads, there was a tiny protrusion. That was the CIA's most advanced pinhole camera. Hu Xiaoheng was very tall. Standing under the dining table, he raised his hand to touch the top of the lotus chandelier and pulled the pinhole camera off. Then he went to the hallway on the second floor. The CIA had actually installed 4 or 5 bugs and pinhole cameras here. If Tan Dongbang really became the prime minister in the future and came to stay here for a short time, it would be really bad. The prime minister of a nation would be completely under someone else's surveillance. Hu Xiaoheng patiently removed all the bugs and pinhole cameras in the villa. He was not restricted by the information James had given him. Instead, he searched the entire villa from top to bottom again. He worked from dawn until dawn before packing up and returning to his room to sleep. He put all the bugs and pinhole cameras into a bag and smashed them into powder with a hammer. When he left tomorrow, he would throw the powder into the ocean. The CIA agents wouldn't make a fuss if they couldn't find the bugs and pinhole cameras. This wasn't something honorable or legal to begin with. Tan Guiren woke up in the morning to find that the rain had already stopped. She was a little annoyed. She slowly got up, dressed, and went to the bathroom to wash up. It took her almost an hour before she came out of her room. However, when she arrived at Hu Xiaoheng's guest room, she saw that it was Mrs. Fan who opened the door. Tan Guiren's eyes widened. "Where's that gentleman?" "He left a long time ago." Mrs. Fan had gone in to clean up. She said with a smile, "This gentleman is really clean. The room is so neat and tidy, as if no one has ever lived here. He's a good person." Tan Guiren pushed the door open and found that Hu Xiaoheng was indeed gone. She was disappointed for a while before quietly leaving alone. However, she wasn't disappointed for long. 3 days later, when James came to visit her, Hu Xiaoheng actually came as well. The two of them seemed to have arranged to sit and talk in the gazebo in Tan Guiren's backyard. The backyard of the Tan's villa was very large, and the gazebo was in the middle of it. It was surrounded by flat, green grass that was at least an acre in size. It was impossible for anyone to hear them sitting in the gazebo with such a wide field of grass between them. Of course, there were no bugs in the gazebo. Hu Xiaoheng and James were both experts and had already checked. Tan Guiren sat in the living room on the first floor of the villa. She was preparing a fruit platter as she smiled at the two familiar figures in the gazebo in the distance through the bright floor-to-ceiling windows. She was very happy and excited to be able to provide convenience for these two people. She even felt a sense of holiness. In the gazebo, James and Hu Xiaoheng chatted for a while before getting to the main topic. "Gu, are you satisfied with my gift?" James asked with a smile. He held a pipe in his hand and put it in his mouth. The two of them had tacitly agreed to call each other Mr. J. "I think you're taking advantage of me." Hu Xiaoheng crossed his legs and leaned against the chair in the gazebo. He also had a cigarette in his hand, but he didn't smoke it. White smoke slowly rose from between his fingers and obscured his face. It was the second watch. Just a reminder for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Today was Monday, especially with the recommendation votes. Mwah. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 6:15. Take advantage of you. No, how would I dare take advantage of you? Do I have a death wish? James calmly took his pipe out of his mouth and smiled. He flipped his hand to take out a thin envelope. Didn't you want to find out who the mole in the country is? This should be able to help you. Hu Xiaoheng looked dubious as he took the envelope from James. He pulled out a folded piece of paper and opened it to read. James whispered, "These are the 3 departments of your country. I've tried my best to narrow the scope to these 3 places. That person should be in one of these 3 departments." Hu Xiaoheng hadn't expected this person to hide so well that even the director of the CIA's Asian Intelligence Division didn't know his or her true identity. He looked down and saw 3 English names printed on an old printer. Department of Internal Affairs, Department of Justice, Army General Hospital. Hu Xiaoheng's fingers tightened around the letter. These three places had indeed caught him off guard. The Minister of Internal Affairs, Bai Jianqing, and the Minister of Justice, Tan Dongbang, were popular candidates for Prime Minister, but the Military General Hospital was too subtle. Logically, the Military General Hospital had nothing to do with intelligence agencies, but because many of the people who came here for treatment were high-ranking military officers, and because the doctors from the Military General Hospital had the opportunity to visit the homes of military leaders, they had the opportunity to come into contact with many high-ranking people. Therefore, an unintentional leak could make the Military General Hospital a very good infiltration point. Also, although Hu Xiaoheng didn't have much contact with the Military General Hospital, he had a lot of contact with someone there. This person had also been transferred from the Military General Hospital to the Special Operations Forces. He was Chen Lai. Hu Xiaoheng thought about this in his mind. Although he really wanted to eliminate the possibility that it was Chen Lai, his years of professionalism taught him to consider all kinds of possibilities and then eliminate them one by one. He believed that Chen Lai wouldn't voluntarily leak the secret, but passively, did this blabbermouth know when to shut his mouth? Hu Xiaoheng flicked the letter and said calmly. These three departments. Isn't the scope too big? Jay, do you know how many people there are in these three departments? You're asking me to find a needle in a haystack. Besides, what makes you say that the mole is in one of the three departments? He knew how to sow discord, and he believed that James was no stranger to it. He couldn't let him lead him by the nose. James smiled as he took out something else and passed it to Hu Xiaoheng. Look at this and you'll believe me. It was a newspaper clipping that contained copies of various internal CIA documents. They were all related to the Hua Xia Empire's most well-hidden mole. From the information provided by the mole, he should be from one of the three departments. In modern society, when two countries clashed, military intelligence wasn't the only thing that mattered. Internal affairs, diplomacy, justice, and technology were all things that the other party coveted. Moreover, the higher one's position in each department, the more confidential the information they could access would be. Hu Xiaoheng held it in his hand and skimmed through it. He compared it with some of the intelligence information he knew and found that it matched very well. He couldn't help but tighten his grip on the clipping. Give it back to me. I can't let you take this away. James reached out to Hu Xiaoheng for the clipping. Hu Xiaoheng slowly closed it but refused to give it back. Jay, this is more interesting. Otherwise, you'd really be taking advantage of me. James couldn't do anything about his refusal. He became even more cautious and said quietly, you have to keep this safe. If someone finds out, I won't be able to hide it anymore. Just like the Hua Xia Empire's internal information provided by the mole exposed his background, James's clipping could also expose his identity in the CIA. To Hu Xiaoheng, this was another piece of leverage. It would be strange if he gave it up, I know. Don't worry, you won't be exposed even if I expose myself. Hu Xiaoheng smiled and casually held the clipping in his hand. He was so nonchalant. No one would have thought that this clipping would be so important. James saw that Hu Xiaoheng was much more experienced than him and sighed in relief. He put the pipe back in his mouth. That's good. What do you plan to do? Hu Xiaoheng flicked the ash. Seeing that the cigarette in his hand was almost burned out, he casually pressed it into the ashtray. I have my ways, but I'll need your help next. Send me the information when the time comes, and I'll know exactly where that person is. He was most worried about either Bai Jianqing or Tan Dongbang. Both of them represented too much power. Even with General Ji's support, it would be very difficult to pull them off their positions. Also, once they were elected, it would be even more difficult to get rid of them. If one of them was the mole, then it would be a huge blow to the Hua Xia Empire's national security. Long after James left, Hu Xiaoheng was still sitting in the gazebo and thinking about his next step. Now that the scope had been narrowed down to these 3 departments, he was both worried and relieved. He was worried that that person was too powerful, and the damage to national security would be incalculable. He was relieved that his special operations forces and the military had no major connections involved. His comrades around him hadn't betrayed him, so he had more confidence in confidence. Tan Guiren watched Hu Xiaoheng from afar for a long time. Seeing that he was sitting motionless like a statue, she didn't dare disturb him. It wasn't until she saw that the sky outside was darkening that she couldn't help but walk over and cough softly. "Do you want some fruit?" Hu Xiaoheng snapped out of his deep thought and stood up. "No, I still have something to do." "Thank you, Miss Tan." "You don't have to call me Miss Tan. It sounds so distant. You're my savior, so you can just call me Cheryl." Tan Guiren blushed slightly and looked stunning under the sunset. "You flatter me. That was my mission and my duty." Hu Xiaoheng took a step back. "I'll be busy for a while, so I won't be here for a while. If that gentleman comes here again, tell him I have nothing to say to him and ask him not to come again." He had already achieved his goal of using Tan Guiren, so Hu Xiaoheng didn't want to come here to see James again. The 2 of them had to arrange a new time and place. Tan Guiren was a bit disappointed. "Oh. Why? Did you guys just fight?" "Yes." "Did Miss Tan see everything?" Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her silently. "Please keep this a secret, Miss Tan. No one else can know about this. It was actually best to let others know." Unfortunately, Tan Guiren made up her mind again. "Don't worry. I definitely won't let anyone know." Hu Xiaoheng said, "Thank you for your understanding, Miss Tan." Tan Guiren was no longer useful to him, so Hu Xiaoheng didn't explain further. The rest of the matter was the same whether she was involved or not. He tapped his forehead with his hand and turned to leave. Tan Guiren restrained herself from sending him off. She only leaned against the door and bit her lower lip lightly as she watched his gradually disappearing silhouette. Mrs. Fan followed and smiled secretly when she saw Tan Guiren like this. Miss Tan's heart was finally moved. Hu Xiaoheng returned to his rented apartment in New Jersey and rested for 2 days to calm his emotions. Although he had been through a lot and very few things could shock him, the 3 departments that James had given him still put him in a difficult position. It wasn't that he didn't have a way, but the Special Operations Forces methods couldn't be used domestically. Even if there was a traitor, they couldn't act openly. Maintaining the security of domestic organizations was originally the Secret Service's mission. But now it seemed that the Secret Service wasn't completely united either. Hu Xiaoheng estimated that if he could successfully return this time, he would have to promote the relationship between the United States CIA and FBI in the Hua-Xia Empire. The United States CIA was responsible for foreign intelligence, just like the Hua-Xia Empire's Special Operations Forces. However, the FBI was responsible for domestic security as well as criminal investigation and was responsible for supervising the CIA. Conversely, the CIA also had the function of supervising the FBI. The 2 monitored each other to ensure the purity of each other's teams and not be infiltrated by external forces. But in reality, the United States CIA was infiltrated like a sieve by external forces. However, they believed that offense is the best defense. So although there were often moles inside, as long as they repeatedly caused trouble abroad, the internal moles were almost negligible. It was only in the Hua-Xia Empire that they hadn't been able to cause trouble for so many years. They could only rely on the moles deep inside the Hua-Xia Empire to pass on information for them. The 2 agencies, the Special Operations Forces and the Secret Service, were bound to monitor each other in the future. Hu Xiaoheng hung the towel around his neck and went to the apartment's gym. He always appeared here in disguise, such as a hooked nose and black-rimmed glasses. It was very easy to change a person's appearance. He was also good at disguise, so even if someone familiar saw him, it would take a while to recognize him. After sweating in the gym for an hour, he went to the pool to swim. Maintaining high-intensity training every day was his habit, and it was a very good habit. After sweating all over, he felt that his mind was much clearer. A person had to be very careful and meticulous to formulate a detailed plan to find the moles who betrayed him. Fortunately, with James as his inside man, the difficulty of this cat and mouse game was greatly reduced. Hu Xiaoheng came out of the apartment's bathroom and had already thought of a plan. The next day, he drove to the east, west, and north of New York City and found the cheapest and most inconspicuous apartment buildings. He used cash to rent an apartment with 1 bedroom and 1 living room for half a year. This was the first update. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There would be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 6:16. This kind of building could be rented on a monthly basis and didn't even need to sign the rental contract as long as the money was paid in advance. He bought some daily necessities and put them inside to make it look like he was staying there. 7 or 8 days had passed since he started his journey. Of course, he wouldn't stay in the 3 new places, but he would wander around and familiarize himself with the surroundings. Time passed quickly and it was soon the end of August. That day, Hu Xiaoheng finally typed 3 letters on an old-fashioned typewriter. One was sent to Bai Jianqing's Ministry of Internal Affairs, one was sent to the Ministry of Justice, and one was sent to the Military General Hospital addressed to Chen Lai. The 3 letters were sent from the 3 new apartments that Hu Xiaoheng rented, which were the 3 post offices in the East, West, and North New York City. He knew that according to procedure, letters sent to the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Ministry of Justice had to go through the sending and receiving system first, then be registered in the mail room, and finally be sent to the recipient's office according to their name. This way, there were more people in between. But although it seemed like a lot, the layers of people who passed through all needed to sign, so it was easy to trace. After the letters were sent, all that was left was to wait. The 3 letters were written in code, asking for help. Most people wouldn't understand it, but a mole would definitely understand what was going on and then use the postal code on the letters to determine his location. 3 letters, sent from 3 different locations, sent at different times, and received at different times as well. It was very unlikely that there would be collusion between the 2 parties. After everything was done, Hu Xiaoheng met with James again. This time, they weren't near Tan Gairen's house, but on a boat on the Hudson River. Both of them pretended to be tourists, leisurely exchanging information among the silly foreign tourists holding little flags and wearing the same baseball caps. "Are you ready?" James wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and had a big beard, looking like a Russian. "Ready. As soon as he finds out that the letter was written by me, he'll definitely inform you of my address and have you come to arrest him." Hu Xiaoheng smiled and held a pair of binoculars, looking at the scenery of New York like a normal tourist. James nodded. "We'll move out when the time comes. Be careful." Hu Xiaoheng had already planned to leave New York for South America when the CIA agents from New York came to arrest him. He entered the United States with a fake identity and had to get out as soon as possible. Plus, he had been away for so long and hadn't contacted Gu Nianji. He missed her. He also sent her silk scarves. To confuse them, he used a French shipping address. Even if they discovered it, they wouldn't be able to find his exact location, so he wasn't worried about Gu Nianji leaking information. He sincerely hoped that he would be back by her birthday. But it was not for him to decide, it was for the mole, who was deep in their inner organization. In New York, no matter how much the CIA suspected him, he was still a high-ranking general representing the Huaxia Imperial Military as long as they didn't arrest him on the spot. I know what I'm doing. Hu Xiaoheng put down the binoculars nonchalantly, rubbed his eyes, put on his sunglasses, and calmly left. The process he designed would be relatively long. From the time the letter reached the country, the person would see it, and then the action would be taken. It would take at least a month. If it was slow, it might even take half a year. The advantage was that it wouldn't involve other people, and the innocent wouldn't be harmed. The downside was, of course, that it might drag on for a long time. If the other party took action within a month or two, it meant that the other party was in a hurry. If it dragged on for half a year, then they would be extremely cautious and would be even harder to deal with. Fortunately, Hu Xiaoheng was a very patient person. No matter what the other party did, he could deal with it. It was nearing the end of August in the capital of the Huaxia Empire, and all primary and secondary schools were about to reopen. Ma Qiqi, who had just finished her internship, rode her bike and hummed a tune as she happily traversed the university's tree-lined path. Gu Nianji had been in Germany for almost a month, and it had been great. Ma Qiqi had been following the case on Weibo and had even accessed the live stream of the trial that caused a sensation on social media in Germany. It was a pity that he didn't get to see Gu Nianji's heroic face against the rogue lawyer. He could only hear her voice. He didn't expect her English to be so good. It was like her mother tongue. And Professor He's German, with a perfect Hanover accent, was amazing. He returned to the dormitory, sat in his room, and began to text Gu Nianji. The two of them had been in contact, but due to the time difference, they didn't spend much time together. Therefore, he usually sent a simple message, and the other person would see it the next day and reply. Love Meng Qiqi, dear little Gigi, good luck. The next day, Gu Nianji received Ma Qiqi's message and also replied. Remember now, got it. I will definitely work hard. At the same time, Hu Xiaoheng's 3 letters were slowly passing through the U.S. postal system. They were packed into sacks and transported to the Huaxia Empire. A week later, the mail room of the Huaxia Empire's Ministry of Internal Affairs received a letter from New York. It was clearly addressed to the Minister of Internal Affairs office, but it didn't specify the recipient. This type of letter was usually registered and sent to the relevant departments for various security procedures before finally being sent to the receiving department. A few days later, the Ministry of Justice also received a similar letter addressed to the Minister of Justice's office. Then a few days later, the mail room of the Military General Hospital received a letter addressed to Senior Colonel Military Dr. Chen Lai. Chen Lai's rank and position were both in the Military General Hospital. He was only seconded to the Special Operations Forces, and his assistant, Yi Ziden, was also seconded. Because Chen Lai was busy with work, Yi Ziden helped him take care of the daily affairs, including receiving and sending letters. It was almost September, and Gu Nianji wanted to return to the empire. Ever since the third trial, the Munich District Court had made a fool of itself in front of the entire German people. It was difficult to offend the public, so they didn't dare to go too far. Therefore, Seth and Nina's murder case had been dragged on, and the verdict was delayed. He Zhichu and his 4 American assistants were also busy setting up a branch in Germany. From legal documents to choosing the location of the office to finding people and buying office equipment, half a month passed quickly, and everyone was very busy. Only Gu Nianji wasn't considered an official employee of the American law firm yet, and she didn't care about the new branch. She was only interested in the lawsuit, so she couldn't help but feel annoyed. That day, she was sitting in the garden behind the hotel reading a book. The late summer and early autumn sun shone through the ginkgo leaves, and the light shone like a small fan in front of her eyes. She squinted her eyes and couldn't focus on her book. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a middle-aged couple standing at the edge of the grass watching her. It was the second watch. A reminder for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Mwah. Oh, intersection_intersection, oh. Chapter 617. Gu Nianji quietly closed her book and slowly stood up. She looked up to see a middle-aged couple dressed in plain clothes standing on the edge of the grass. They looked at her with humble smiles and habitually bowed. Gu Nianji's eyes flashed. She knew this couple. They were the parents of the murdered female exchange student, Li Haiqing. She stood up and brushed the grass and dirt off her body before walking towards them. Lawyer Gu. Li Haiqing's mother called her timidly. Her eyes were slightly timid, and her expression was both grateful and sad. She tried her best to maintain a calm posture. The couple looked at Gu Nianji, who had bright eyes and white teeth. They could see a bit of admiration for her. Lawyer Gu was much younger than their daughter, but she was so capable. Gu Nianji's eyes were a bit sore. She curled the corners of her lips and tried her best to smile to make the slightly uncomfortable couple relax. Uncle, Auntie, you're here. Come sit in my room. Gu Nianji took the initiative to invite them. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. You're not used to the food here, right? German cuisine was considered one of the top dark cuisines in Europe. There wasn't much good food there. The couple shook their heads and looked at each other. Li Haiqing's parents were both in their 50s. Due to the recent torture of losing their daughter, they looked even older. No, we're here to talk to you, Li Haiqing's father said. Li Haiqing's father spoke. He looked at Gu Nianji and suddenly bent down to bow to Gu Nianji. It was an almost 90-degree bow. Gu Nianji froze and quickly reached out to help the middle-aged man. She said anxiously, Uncle, what are you doing? Let's talk about it. I can't take it. No, you can take it. Li Haiqing's mother finally began to wipe away her tears. Our family is poor and can't afford a lawyer. Thank you, Lawyer Gu, for standing up for Haiqing. She's a good child, a good child. She's not the kind of girl who would mess around with men. Gu Nianji tried her best to hold back the tears that almost fell. She spoke very slowly and calmly. Auntie, don't feel burdened. They committed a crime and will be punished by the law. As for the lawyer's fees, don't worry. Not only will you not have to pay, but we will also fight for a large amount of civil compensation for you. Civil compensation. Li Haiqing's father shook his head. No need. No amount of money can buy back my daughter's life. I really regret it. I really regret it. Regret what? He probably regretted sending his daughter to study in Germany. Gu Nianji argued eloquently in court, but she didn't know what to say to this simple middle-aged couple. It seemed that any words were so pale and powerless in the face of this kind of love between parents who only wished for the well-being of their children. It's not your fault, and it's not Haiqing's fault. Gu Nianji calmed down and raised her head. Her expression was solemn. It was those people who were crazy. They will definitely be punished by the law. At this point, Gu Nianji remembered that the court had already delayed the verdict for half a month and refused to continue the trial. She quickly said, Don't worry, I'll urge the court to start the trial immediately. She thought that Li Haiqing's parents were here to ask her to hurry up with the court. Unexpectedly, Li Haiqing's parents shook their heads and said, We can see that the murderer's family is rich and powerful. We are very grateful that Lawyer Gu is not afraid of them and is willing to stand up for Haiqing. As they spoke, the couple bowed to Gu Nianji again. Gu Nianji was really embarrassed and mumbled as she took a step back. I feel even more guilty now that you're acting like this. Please don't misunderstand, Lawyer Gu. We really aren't here to rush you. Li Haiqing's mother sighed. Actually, we're here to say goodbye today. Goodbye? Gu Nianji really didn't expect this reason. Why? The trial isn't over yet, why are you leaving? We've already been out for almost a month. If we don't go back soon, we won't be able to keep our jobs. Li Haiqing's father said quietly, also, we feel bad for using Director Bai's family's money. So we've already booked plane tickets to go back tomorrow. Gu Nianji tried her best to make them stay, but the couple had already made up their minds. However, before they left, they were still convinced by Gu Nianji and signed a letter of representation to represent them in the civil case. With this full representation, Gu Nianji could immediately start the civil case. If the Munich District Court wants to delay the criminal case, fine, I'll give you something to do. Let's start the civil compensation process. Gu Nianji sent Li Haiqing's parents off and returned to her hotel room to draft the civil compensation complaint. When He Zhichu returned to the hotel that night, it was already midnight. When he passed by Gu Nianji's door, he was slightly surprised to see light spilling out from the crack in the door. He knocked on her door. Nianji, you're still awake. Gu Nianji got up from her computer and walked over to open the door. Professor, he is back. Yeah, why aren't you asleep yet? I'm preparing the civil lawsuit draft. Gu Nianji rubbed her eyes. I'm almost done and will send it to Professor He for a look. Civil lawsuit. He Zhichu frowned. Yeah, it's too late. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Gu Nianji's eyelids were starting to struggle. She covered her hands and yawned. Nodding at He Zhichu, she closed the door. After working for another half an hour, she finally finished. She reread it and sent it to He Zhichu's email before turning off her phone to sleep. She slept all the way until noon the next day. She woke up and picked up her phone to see the text from Li Haiqing's parents. They thanked her profusely and said they were about to board the plane. Gu Nianji yelped and looked at her watch. It had already been 2 hours since they sent the text. The plane must have already taken off. She wouldn't be able to see them off in time. But it didn't matter. Gu Nianji had done everything for them. They wouldn't care if she didn't see them off. Gu Nianji sat on the bed in a daze for a while before slowly getting up to wash up. When she was done, she looked at her phone again. There was still no message from He Zhichu. She changed her clothes and went to knock on He Zhichu's door. He Zhichu opened the door for her and saw that she still looked sleepy. His lips curled into a faint smile. You're up. Have you had breakfast? Gu Nianji shook her head. Professor He, did you read the email I sent you yesterday? I'm reading it. He Zhichu stepped aside. Come in and talk. Gu Nianji walked in and heard He Zhichu order room service to send lunch over. The Michelin star restaurant he had ordered food from before was too full, so He Zhichu didn't continue ordering food there. Now they were looking for other restaurants and didn't have a fixed location. If they were too busy, they could eat at the hotel. Gu Nianji had no appetite for anything now. She just wanted to fill her stomach. She sat down on the sofa across from He Zhichu. He Zhichu turned the computer to face her. You want to sue Nina, Seth's parents, the Roselau Regional Police Department, and the Roselau City Government? Yes. Suing them is the only way to get the most compensation and influence. Gu Nianji nodded. Suing Seth alone won't be of much use. Your goal for compensation is 1 billion euros. He Zhichu laughed. That's quite an appetite. If I can't demand an exorbitant price, then what's the point of suing? Gu Nianji raised a brow. Also, in German law, there's no upper limit for punitive damages in civil claims. Look at the reasons I listed. Can they convince the court to accept the case? He Zhichu read on slowly. Gu Nianji explained in the complaint why she wanted such a large amount of compensation. First, she explained how Li Haiqing's parents were struggling to support their child's studies. Their daughter's death caused a huge financial loss to the family, indicating that they needed financial support and assistance. Then she listed how Seth's brutality dealt a heavy psychological blow to the victim's parents. Finally, she emphasized the most important point. Seth's parents abused their power for personal gain and manipulated the Rollercoasters Regional Police Department to attempt to neglect their duties, get away with it, and treat human life as grass. Not only was it unfair to the victim, Li Haiqing, but it was also unfair to her parents. It also caused great damage to society and the hearts of the people. The latter, in particular, was the basis for Gu Nianji to demand such a large amount of compensation. The case was so terrible that the Rollercoasters Regional Police Department, as a law enforcement agency, knowingly broke the law. The Rollercoasters city government, as a democratically elected government, disregarded the safety of the people in their jurisdiction. Moreover, the live broadcast of the trial had already caused public outrage. All of this could only be appeased by a heavy punishment. He Zhichu thought about it for a moment before saying, "Your first point emphasized the victim's parents' financial situation. It's better not to list it." Why? Gu Nianji didn't understand and clenched her hands into a ball. She couldn't forget Li Haiqing's parents' old and helpless faces and their poor financial situation. Why can't I add it? Seth's actions did indeed harm the Li family's interests from an economic perspective. Nianji, the court is not a charity. Emphasizing the Li family's parents' financial situation will only backfire. Westerners think differently from Easterners. They won't sympathize with the Li family because of their poverty. Instead, they'll think they're using the opportunity to blackmail them, which will backfire. Oh. Gu Nianji really hadn't thought of that. As expected, international lawsuits were not easy to fight. No wonder law firms mostly commissioned local law firms to fight international lawsuits. It was because different countries had different cultural traditions, resulting in different legal habits and people's concerns. He Zhichu deleted that reason from Gu Nianji's complaint and added another reason for her. Seth's father, York, and mother, Ramona, are high-ranking officers in the police department. They actively destroyed evidence and caused irreversible damage to the case. They acted as officers of the Rollercoasters Regional Police Department, so the Rollercoasters Regional Police Department is jointly and severally liable. Gu Nianji leaned over to take a look and said with complete admiration, "Professor, he is still more thoughtful than I am." This is the first update. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. P.S. Regarding the plagiarism of Hello Major General, last time, Chidin Girls Web has already posted a notice about the plagiarized book. There are more than 10 chapters that involve plagiarism. After blocking it, they asked her to delete the plagiarized parts. Hopefully, the country can improve the relevant laws and regulations to make it easier for the original author to protect their rights. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.